On the 7th day, it surely isn't Sunday. One path to Yahuwah and Yahusha is the one way. Narrow path, step and stay on track like a subway. Yahusha crack the sky with the Malachim someday. Dietary laws, ain't no eating swine flesh. Yahusha garment staining blood like the wine press. The heathens crying out, strong delusion, they the blindest. These heathens can't keep Jesus, not appease in the slightest. Feast days, moral laws, keeping the Shabbats. Don't follow the ways of Edom, by Yahusha's blood I'm bought. Jesus is a big Virgin Mary, don't need her. Yes, I spin the block on the devil with the heater. Covenant keeper, the Ruach is my teacher. Yahuwah the creator, worship him and not the creature. Christianity can't be any same old difference. You call on pagan names and you call yourself bishops. Heathens in these camps, Jacob giving up his birthright. Hugged up with these nations, white bodied like a termite. Reject the Messiah, yeah, your doctrine is Jewish. Scum of the earth, cause that doctrine is sewage. Yahusha in the Torah, you can't see it, you foolish. Committed to Yahuwah, it's a fact that I do this. You are my enemy if you an enemy of Torah. Destruction for the wicked, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah. Ain't no new age doctrine, no chakras, no auras. The Apocrypha, I read it, I explore it like Dora. I'm a strong black man with biblical values. Fulfill doesn't mean abolish, yeah, I'm quoting out Matthew. I'm not a patriot, I am fearing the lure. 24 and forever, my king is Yahusha. I don't care about America, she surely gon' fall. And the ops gon' hate you when you Kadashi you called. Yahusha 24, always and forever. To Yahuwah I surrender, my life has been better. Put no trust in no man, nor you are a curse. All esteem to Yahuwah, ayy, I put him first, yeah. Whoa, ayy. Yahusha 24, ayy. It's Yahusha 24, ayy. Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24. All esteem to Yahuwah in the highest. Baruch haba Basham, Yahuwah. Baruch atah, King Yahusha.
Hey, Yaxer.
Hana Malakaya Husha Hamashiach. Hana Hamalaka Husha Hamashiach. Hana Malakaya Husha Hamashiach. 7-day of rest, yeah, I keep the Shabbat. Yeah, seeking out the wisdom, then you meet the Ruach. On esteem to Yahuwah, I never could stop. Nah, yeah. Hey, we living out the Torah though. Yahuwah gave the oracles, awakening historical. What? Barak Yahuwah Alam, Malakaya Husha Rumamua Kanu Amana. Hey, y'all the heathens is raging, and Yahuwah said Jacob would not be forsaken. Returning to Yahuwah is resegregation. The heathens say they cleaving, but they secretly hating. Let me go in on these boys, and there's no beard or hair on the chin of these boys. You won't get a grin nor a stare from these boys. I don't wanna dare fall to the snare of these boys. Hey, I'm covered by the Lamb's blood, debts have been paid, and I'm studying out the scripture, Hebrew text on the page. Slay Goliath by the rock, all the power displayed. In that pale face, Jesus say he never can say. What? Hana Malakaya Husha Hamashiach. Hana Hamalaka Husha Hamashiach. Hana Malakaya Husha Hamashiach. Hana Hamalaka Husha Hamashiach.
Hey, Yaxter.
Shalom, 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 shalom. We are back with it again. And before we jump into this, can y'all give me, let's do a sound check. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Yeah, mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Am I good, y'all? Last time I started this, bro, I started it all wrong, bro. I had the music playing. Y'all could barely hear me for like 2 minutes going into the stream. I was just talking and y'all couldn't even hear me. You feel what I'm saying? But everything is good. Mic check is good. All praises to the Most High. Okay. Man, listen, I want to give a huge apology to everybody who tuned in to the last attempt of this stream. Let me tell y'all something. I normally do not get so, you know what I'm saying, caught up in my message to where so passionate in my message when I'm speaking that I kind of get off track. That never happens, right? Last time that I tried to do this stream, which was like a day ago, I think I got so bothered by the message that, and it's not because, you know what I'm saying, I'm not used to seeing people say things because they disagree or whatever the case is. That's it. That happens all the time. But it was more so that a person was really, really willing to just completely disregard everything that I've been saying on here and every bit of truth that they receive since they've been watching this channel, simply because they don't even want to embrace the fact that they could be wrong about what they're believing, what they're following, especially when it comes to this FBA thing. So today I wanted to give myself another day, like an extra day, to put this together so I can make sure it's effective. Now, looking at this poll, please hit the like if you haven't. I just did a poll before I started this stream. 95% of the people in this stream do not identify as so-called FBA. Okay? Matter of fact, I'm going to close the poll now because, you know, don't be trying to change your answer at the last moment. All right? So let's close the poll. The majority of the people on this channel do not identify as so-called Black American. Okay? That's 90% of the people on this channel. So I need y'all to understand who. So 90% do not identify as so-called Black American, and 9% of the people said they do out of 22 votes, even though we've got 67 people watch. Some people didn't vote, but it's okay because we're going to ask more questions in the stream a little bit later on. Now, personally, me, I do not identify as Black American because at the end of the day, it doesn't say anything about who I am and who I belong to. Let me say that to you again. And I want Black Americans, so-called Black Americans, I'm going to say so-called because I don't see ourselves that way. I do not see ourselves as Black Americans. The reason why I will not use the term foundational Black American is because it doesn't identify who I belong to just as much as Negro don't identify who I belong to. Black does not identify who I belong to. Even so-called African American does not identify who I belong to. Me saying I'm Yasharah, me saying that we in captivity, all of those things that I would say, it identifies who I belong to. Maybe you are a Black American. Maybe you believe you were actually born here, right? But according to that Bible is superior to anything man says, Okay, the word of the highest, that is superior to any doctrine, any belief system, what's said on TikTok, what's said on YouTube. I believe in that Bible fully. Maybe you don't. And maybe that's why there's a disconnect. But as someone who believes the prophecies that our people would be scattered all over the world and put into captivity 400 years, I'm going to believe what the scriptures say. That's our history book. If that's not your history book because you're Black American and you're of a different religion or a different belief system, we're definitely not the same people. But the scriptures say that we will be scattered all around. We would definitely be brought to America. We'd be in Babylon. We'd be in a spiritual Egypt, another house of bondage. So no, I do not consider this my home. If I'm to believe the scriptures for what they say and believe myself as an Israelite, Yasharal, if I'm going to believe myself to be an Israelite and be a child of the Most High, I'm expecting not only for me to be currently in my land of captivity, but a great regathering. That regathering means I'm not going to be complacent where I'm at right now. I'm not going to be complacent in this place I call America if I believe in a regathering. What's the point of regathering us if we're already here? All right, that's what I'm saying. Y'all factor out the regathering, bruh. Yahuwah said we was in the four corners of the earth. His people are not just in one place. And the thing is, y'all same people who call yourselves Black Americans, y'all will attach to everything. Well, we was everywhere. We indigenous to the whole world, but you ain't indigenous to Africa, though. Our people want to be indigenous to everything but Africa. Notice that they say indigenous peoples all over the world, but they never want to factor in Africa. Our people have been taught to love America and hate Africa. The reason what led me to make this episode or even try to attempt to do what I did last time is this. Somebody wrote in my comment section right here. Let me switch my visuals here real quick. There we go. I like the black better. There we go. Yada Yahuwah. One of our sisters said, I haven't done my DNA test. I would hate to find out that I am a Hamite. That hurt me so bad, y'all. Not because of what they're saying, and I don't think that they meant it in that way. I genuinely think that's really how they feel. Listen. This person is more concerned. Now, this channel does not promote getting a DNA test. I do not believe you should be letting these Ashkenazi, you know what I'm saying, demons who call themselves the chosen, who call themselves the Jewish. I do not believe you should be giving DNA tests to prove you're Yasharal. If you are a Negro and you have been under these curses, yo people are slaves, okay? Yo people was on the plantation. All right. Yo, people's getting shot in the street. Yo, people are a byword. Yo, people are looked at as thugs. Yo, people are looked at as criminals. The criminal justice system is constantly trying to lock yo people up. Yo, people were affected by the crack epidemic. Yo, people was affected by segregation. Them is the chosen people. Anybody outside of that is not Yasharal. And I'm only talking about the Negro Yahudi's experience in America. The Yahudim, the true Jews, they're not just in America. They're in Jamaica. They're in the Caribbean. They're in Brazil. They're in Guatemala. They're in India. They're all over the world. So if you are saying you are only in this place, you're not in Africa, your people don't come from anywhere but America, you do not fit the prophecy of the scriptures. So if you want to be Black American, listen, do you, bro, do you. But I do not subscribe to loving the place that took my people into slavery and treated us like trash. You know why? Because I know this place is going to be destroyed. Sorry, y'all. I don't know who the heck is calling me. Let me put my phone on mute. People know better. I think it's a freaking tax collector or something. I don't know. Anyway. So we're going to look at this, man. We're going to look at this real deep, and I'm going to show you that this Black American pro-patriotism stuff is nothing but a psyop controlled by a bunch of white people. All right? I'm going to show you who is behind the foundational Black American movement, and it's not just Tariq Nasheed. There is many, many hands. He's just the one that they prop up and put to be the face of this. But there's a much more sinister, you know what I'm saying, agenda behind this. Now, when I talk about an agenda, when I talk about them trying to push something, let's start with the programming. Now, I've talked about this last time. We tried to go through it, but we had a bit of an issue. So I'm going to kind of do a review of some of the things we talked about last episode, or what I was trying to do in the last one that I had to do over. Look at this. All right? Take a good look at this. What are they trying to normalize? Okay? Now, we can all agree that this woman is a witch. Okay? Talented, beautiful, but a witch. She's been sold out. I remember when she was young, when I was young, Destiny's Child was like a big thing when I was a child. And I remember when I was young in LA, you know what I'm saying, we had Radio Disney, and Radio Disney, they played like all the little, 90s bops, 2000 bops. And, I knew all their music. You feel what I'm saying? This one girl I used to like in middle school, she was doing like a dance routine to one of the Destiny's Child songs. I used to have a huge thing for her, bro. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day. And I remember like that was what really, really like made me go for it when I just saw her doing her thing up there to one of those songs. But I remember like, seeing every Destiny's. I never like actually bought the albums, but they were played all the time, you know what I'm saying, on the radio and stuff like that. And I remember I actually did get a hold of the album one time because in our music class, the teacher had all these different albums of these artists that people want to do talent shows and stuff. And I remember listening to the album, just in the class. And I remember each album that they did had a prayer in it. It had some sort of prayer, some sort of song about glorifying who they call God. There was like a church kind of girl innocence to Beyonce, right? The problem is these parents be selling out their children. All right. So she sold out quite some time ago. You know what I'm saying? When she got into this industry. But when she got around Jay-Z, that's when the Sasha Fierce stuff came out. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? It was like a transformation, bro. It was like a transformation. And to y'all, all of our people in the truth, y'all probably know about G. Craig Lewis, Pastor G. Craig Lewis. He was this light-skinned brother, and he was exposing Jay-Z. He was exposing hip-hop. He was exposing all of that stuff way back in the day, bro. It was like, I don't know, bro. I was like probably like a preteen. I was like 13, 14 years old. But he was like a light-skinned brother. And he would come to different churches, you know what I'm saying, do little seminars. And he was exposing the darkness of hip-hop and all of that. You feel me? A lot of people are just now catching on to the Illuminati and all of that. But anyway, I don't want to get too deep. She went dark. She went extremely dark when she got with Jay-Z because he is definitely connected to that. He's definitely connected to that world. He's surrounded by them Revelation 2939 people. He's deep into this dark stuff. And he introduced her to it, okay? And if you ask me, frankly, I believe he was messing with her when she was still underage because that's what they do. You feel what I'm saying? Her parents sold her out. Just like I could say, Aaliyah, she was sold out to R. Kelly. Yeah, I love R. Kelly. Don't get me wrong. He's one of the best, bro. He inspired me a lot as a musician, as a producer. He inspired me so much, bro. You know what I'm saying? But these parents, they think that these celebrities, you could just, leave your children with them and you could trust them and stuff like that. And because they got big names, you ain't got to worry about it. That's just not the case, man. Everybody that kind of rides Beyonce's coattail, something ends up happening to them. Even the two twins, Chloe and Halle. Even her children, they're starting to have her follow in her footsteps. She's sexualizing her babies already. You feel what I'm saying? So this industry is wicked. So my question is, family, if we can agree that she is a witch, why is she pushing this imagery? Because this is not the only imagery you're going to see here. Look, here's another one. Bloody Mary. Okay. The American flag. What is the agenda, family? What is the agenda of this? Why are they used? They know how influential she is. And on top of that, bruh, she's trying to look white. This woman done something to her skin. Look at the blonde hair. She is trying to look white. I don't care what none of y'all say. You could love her, you could worship her, whatever. But she is trying to look white with this white American nationalism, symbolism. Symbolism is a language, family, as I've always said. That's why some of us, and some of us truth seekers, so to speak, we always say that symbolism is a language, because it is. Symbolism goes back to the days of Nimrod and Yahuwah confusing the languages. They started speaking with symbols. It all goes back to the Tower of Babel, the confusion, right? America is confusion. Babylon, confusion. That's why our people are so confused with all these different doctrines. Babel, Babylon. Babylon is a land of confusion. I mean, this sister was literally on the what do you call it, family? The Super Bowl with a militarial kind of look to her. You know what I'm saying? Like some Black Panther type stuff. And now she just hugged up with the flag, trying to look white. A lot of these celebrities are just opportunists for real. Let's look at some more imagery, y'all. Here's another one. You see the pyramid symbolism, the Illuminati symbolism. Okay, but you kind of have like the, the African kind of Kemetic, kind of braids you see right there. All right, you see her again with this flag. What is she trying to push onto our people? Now, to those who saw the Super Bowl, you remember Kendrick? More symbolism. Family, listen to me. A spell is being put on our people. Let me say that to you one more time. A spell. This is spell casting. A spell is being put on our people. Okay? Let me show you a perfect example. This is a perfect example. Give me a 1 in the chat if you remember the Super Bowl and they had Kendrick. He wasn't like the main, because that one was the one I'm showing you right here. This is the Kendrick thing, you know what I'm saying? The one that had Dre, Snoop, Mary J. Blige, and Kendrick. Kendrick was like featured in one of the songs. Give me a 1 if y'all remember that, because I'm about to show you something. This is spell casting. I'm serious. This is high-level witchcraft being put on our people. Meanwhile, they're over here telling you some spacecraft is about to come out of the sky and the freaking aliens are freaking African Americans. This is a psyop. Listen to me. They are putting high-level witchcraft on our people, and we are eating it up. And I'm going to show you some examples in a minute, but let's talk about this spell casting first. So let me look at the chat. Give me a 1 if you remember the Super Bowls a few years ago. It was a few years ago. It was a West Coast. Yeah, it was the West Coast one. So, okay, some people remember it. Some people didn't watch it, but they heard about it. Right. I tried to watch it. It was back when I was in, like, you know what I'm saying? I think I was in Vegas at the time when it was popping. Yeah, I remember I was in Vegas at the time. Yeah. Okay, so some of y'all remember it. Okay, y'all heard about it. You didn't watch it. Honestly, I don't never watch the Super Bowl, bro. I just don't care. You know what I'm saying? I really, really don't. It's fake. Football is fake. They plan who's going to win, you know what I'm saying, ahead of time. There's nothing genuine. It's all fake, bruh. It's just like when I used to watch wrestling. My cousin, he was deep into that stuff. When I found out it was fake, bro, I just lost all motivation to watch it. Like, what is fake? Like, you know what I'm saying? What is it? You know what I'm saying? All right, so y'all remember that, right? So Snoop Dogg performed. He had on the yellow and the blue, which is the LBC colors. He's from 20's Crip, so that is the colors that they wear. But there was a very, very specific reason as to why they had that symbolism. Let me show you. Super Bowl. He was doing his little sea walk and stuff like that. Dre was rapping with him. Let's go back to that Super Bowl moment here real quick. I'm going somewhere with this, family, when I talk about spell casting. All right, so check this out. Let me pull up this imagery here. Okay, so you see Snoop Dogg right here. You know what I'm saying? He had on the blue and the gold. Dre was up there with him. You know what I'm saying? He was doing a little dance and stuff like that, right? The blue and the gold. Okay, you see the colors right here. Look at that. The blue and the gold, blue and the gold. You got Mary J. Blige back here. She kind of has like the long golden hair. She's got the white. She's got the blue. You know what I'm saying? You can definitely see that blue and gold symbolism, right? Even right here, the Chargers, right? Blue and gold, blue and gold, blue and gold, blue and gold, right? Well, let me tell y'all something. That is not a coincidence, family. That is not a coincidence, because very shortly after that Super Bowl performance, you had this. Hold on. Let me show you. Something happened shortly after this Super Bowl performance. Do y'all remember what it was? Do y'all remember what it was? What war happened after it? I'm going to give y'all a second before I tell you, because I'm going somewhere with this. Yes. Yes. The blue and the gold. This is why a lot of our people, you were being brainwashed to support this. You were being brainwashed by spell casting with colors. They had Snoop Dogg wearing that blue and gold, you know what I'm saying, outfit. The Chargers were playing with the blue and gold symbolism. You were being inundated with this. And then shortly thereafter, they started this Ukraine war. And I saw a lot of black people going out talking about they was going to support it. They put spells on you. All right. And they're doing the exact same thing right now with this American symbolism, with this pro-America, you know what I'm saying, symbolism. Look at this right here. Reclamation of America. What are we reclaiming? What are we reclaiming? I don't understand. What is there to reclaim? And if we're reclaiming something, why was she never on this kind of tip before? Why did she never mention reclaiming anything before? She was doing songs about the injustices of America and all that. Now she's talking about reclaiming it? Do y'all not see this as an agenda? I don't want to be in line with anything Beyonce is promoting. But yet our people are in line with what she's promoting. Bruh, even before that, this is what I'm saying. I've been going so deep on Beyonce, bro. But look, before she was promoting America, she was promoting African spirituality and ancestral worship. And I know there's some people from the continent who follow me, but listen, y'all know me, bro. I'm an Israelite. I'm a monotheist. I only believe in one all. Okay, I do not pray to my ancestors. I do not believe my ancestors have any power to help me in this world. I believe in the power of my Heavenly Father through his Ruach HaKodesh. Because that's what I'm operating in when I do my videos. That's what I'm operating in when I'm bringing out the truth. That's what I'm operating in when I'm speaking to y'all. I ain't got no pineal gland stimulation, none of that, bruh. It's just me as a praying man, a believer in the Ruach HaKodesh and the power of my Heavenly Father, Yahuwah, and the blood of his son, Yahusha. That's it. That's it. I don't operate under any other power, any other authority than that. So she was promoting ancestral worship and, ancestral worship, and also not just ancestral worship and African spirituality, but she was also promoting marine spirits, the marine kingdom, marine deities. And this was around the whole time of the Black Panther film. That's why I didn't watch that. I knew that film was laced with witchcraft and it was being pushed to our people. And everybody went to go support that and go support Black Panther. So a little while ago, our people had no problem with Africa. Okay? Matter of fact, our people ran to go support the Woman King. Do you not realize that that same tribe is the one that sold us to the Europeans? And our people ran to go support Woman King. They ran to go support that trash. Not realizing that is the specific African tribe who had hands in selling us to the Europeans. So all these white people be like, well, your own people sold you. Our people didn't sell us. The Hamites, who were the Dahomian people, who were a different tribe than us, sold us to the Europeans. So they were different people than us. But yeah, that's the movie. That's who the movie is about. And our people ran to go support that. Ain't that something? They won't talk about the Yahoo demon Negro land. They won't talk about the Ghanaian Hebrew empires, the Songhai Empire in Ghana. They won't talk about these Hebrew kings of Ghana and Africa. No. They won't talk about the Bantu expansion. Oh, no. They won't talk about the Igbos. They will not talk about the Yoruba. No. Our people don't know nothing about these other tribes. They don't want our people to know anything about the Bantu tribes that still keep the laws and commandments of our all to this day. They want you to hate Africa. As a matter of fact, my best friend, my Ak, my ace boon cool, my brother, I grew up with him. He's from Eritrea. It's like East Africa. I remember the first time, bro, like I saw his sisters, bro. Man, I knew I loved African women for sure. The moment I saw his sisters, bro, just beautiful, just two beautiful black women, you know what I'm saying? African women. And it's just like, that was like really what started my kind of desire, you know what I'm saying, for African women. Is like being around them and experiencing the family and the closeness and the way they spend time together. They do everything together. Traditionalism coming from the hood. Excuse me, coming from the hood where you don't really see a lot of that. It's a lot of broken families in the black community. Even for me specifically, seeing a family stick together and do things together, and the children to be raised in a, you know, a house that should, is like that respects the order of marriage, right? That was what I saw from his family that I wasn't seeing around the people that I grew up around in the hood and stuff like that. So it was so interesting to see that culture and kind of understand it. But learning who we are as Yasharal has really kind of enhanced my relationship with him, because I realized so much of the Bible connects to Africa. The animals, lions in Jerusalem, lions are not domestic to America. When the Bible mentions unicorns, that's rhinos. Rhinos are not domestic to America. There's elephants and Maccabees that destroy the temple or help to destroy the temple. That's found in Africa. A lot of the animals that you read about in scripture are found in the continent, and they're not found in America, which we got to get to a little bit later when it comes to proving where you know, why America is not the promised land, because there's our people who are attached to America, and then there's a section of our people who believe this is the promised land. So we gotta address all of that. But let's get into it, man. So this is what I would consider spell casting right here. So a spell is being put on you if you are eating this up and you love this country. You have a spell put on you, because our people and our ancestors marching in the street during Jim Crow, they were not doing this. They had no type of connection to their oppressors who enslaved them. And none of our ancestors who marched in the street, who fought for civil rights, who went through all these things, were calling themselves no damn Black American. All right? They were not calling themselves that. That is a new concept that was made up by some man. And as a matter of fact, I was going to start out with something else first, but I'm going to just go ahead and put this out now. Black American is actually a term that is copywritten and owned by Tariq Nasheed. Let's start with that. I was going to go somewhere else, but let's start with that, bro. That needs to be known off top. So this is from the Justia Trademarks website. And actually, let me make this bigger. You're calling yourself a foundational Black American, but you're not making any money from it. But he sure is. You're only making him richer. And what is he doing for us? What is he actually doing for Black people? Because he basically kind of tricked y'all into voting for Donald Trump. And what the hell has that done for you? Not a damn thing. 300,000 Black women are jobless. And these sellouts and these heathens who pay them, they have totally led you astray. And I'm going to show you who is really behind this foundational Black American thing. And like I said, it's not Tariq Nasheed. But let's look at this real quick. So foundational Black American, this is Justia Trademarks. Let me make this bigger. So look, foundational Black Americans, serial number 973096115, status, new application, record initialized and not assigned to examiner. So Tariq Nasheed, and I'm going to show you his name down here so you can see it right here, Nasheed Tariq, and this is the party name. So he literally owns this trademark, and he is making money from it. For what reasons? Advertising, business management, business administration, office functions, advertising, business management, business administration, and office functions. Huh. That sounds like there's a whole lot of Jewish money behind him. Just saying. Let's keep reading. Streaming of audio, visual, and audiovisual material via a global computer network, streaming of video material on the internet, and video streaming services via the internet featuring independent films and movies. Disclaimer with predetermined text. Foundational Black Americans. So again, Black people, how is any of this benefiting you by calling yourself a damn Black American? I'm just saying, like, I would think that if you're calling yourself a so-called Black American, you would at least be treated as a so-called Black American or a American at all. The fact that you gotta call yourself a so-called Black American proves you're not equal, because they make a distinction between a white American and a Black American. They still see you as a nigga and they gonna treat you as such. But y'all really think that, you know, this patriot, and what I really think it is, y'all, is I think our people really believe that this patriotism crap is going to somehow get you in the good graces for reparations. Anybody telling you that is retarded. You a special type of stupid if you believe having some sense of patriotism is somehow going to get you some money. You a special type of dumb. You got to be. Let's keep looking at this. And I'm gonna expose who's really behind this and who's funding him in the first place. So basically, this is all the information right here. You can see his name, Tariq Nasheed. He's the one who applied to put a trademark on this as an individual and not a business. His correspondences, Nasheed Tariq, obviously the address information, new application entered in on. So he applied for this in March 16th, 2022. And he actually updated his application on the 17th of 2022. So as of current day 2025, this is something he actually trademarked and owns as far as this term Black Americans. So he's getting rich off of y'all just by calling yourself that and making it a thing. So that's number one. You're not getting paid. You're not benefiting from it in any damn way. They're not worried about you calling yourself a Black American. That's not benefiting you. That's not helping you. All right. So let's move on. Now, who is behind this? As I said, it is not Tariq Nasheed. All right. He is the puppet. But with every puppet, there's a puppet master. And there's an agenda of said puppet master in which they use the puppet. All right. Y'all bear with me because this is going to be kind of deep. And I need to make sure that I'm going about this the proper way. So I wrote down the things that I'm going to be addressing today. And also I want to say, I did a trailer for, you know, the spell casting and stuff like that. And I'm still going to do a full documentary on that. So some of what I do today will be used in that documentary, but I have not yet. This episode is not, you know, pertaining to the documentary itself. I'm still going to do a full one. I'm just going to use some of the material we do today and I'm going to put it in that film. Okay. All right. So first of all, ask yourself, who is really behind this, right? Who is behind ADOS? Who is behind FBA? Who is behind this movement? Because every time I look at the comments and the things that are said by people who are FBA, every time they say something, it is something Democrat or it is something, you know what I'm saying, liberal stuff, okay? It's always about Democrats. It's always Kamala Harris isn't black. It's always Joe Biden this. But what I've noticed is a lot of people who push this Democrat. It's the Democrats. The Democrats did this. As if the Republicans are any less racist than the Democrats. I don't vote at all. I think the whole thing is a game, and it's a dog and pony show for stupid people. It's a dog and pony show for the ignorant. It's a dog and pony show for people who are not educated. It's a dog and pony show for people who are still drinking the wine of Babylon. It's a dog and pony show for everybody who is still stuck in the matrix. Straight up. So you really gonna have to look within yourself if you actually believe that this politics stuff is real. That's the first thing. Even believing your vote even matters is what you got to come to terms with this before you call yourself some Black American with rights, so-called rights. And yes, it is selections. You got to understand that there are 13 bloodline families that run this world. Your vote doesn't mean jack crap. It's called the illusion of choice. They want you to believe you have power because the truth of the matter is you really think that if you had the power to be able to decimate and dismantle this system that they have benefited and created for them to thrive in, to bring about this Luciferian Edomite world order, you think that they're going to allow you to dethrone the devil's children? No. If you think that, he done got you right where he wants you. I know we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Y'all don't look at this spiritually, bruh. Y'all do not look at this spiritually. Y'all just drink the Kool-Aid because you believe you got some type of power. And I'm not talking about just Negroes. I'm talking about the poor white people. I'm talking about the you know what I'm saying, every group. None of this stuff is real, bro. It's all fake. And that's what you're going to have to, like I said, you're going to have to deal with. But let's keep going. Now, we're going to talk about who's behind this, all right? So the first thing that I knew that this was a psyop, one of the first things that made me realize that was this goofy stuff right here. So this is a dude on Twitter, and he is a pro-Black America thing. Let me say something. Yexer does not support this. I do not support a brotherhood with white people. I only believe in sticking with our own people, period. I'm not interested in no brotherhood with them. They are the children of the devil. I don't want no freaking brotherhood with no freaking children of the devil. We need to worry about our own people. 400 years should teach you, you can't partnership with these people. You can't. Stop acting like you can. So when I saw this being promoted, I already knew it was already a psyop. I mean, I knew it was a psyop before that, but this was more like confirmation. This goofy Negro says, "Dear white people, y'all ready for the thing that united the nation and defeated the Democrats in Civil War? I think so. And here you got a Black man over here, you know what I'm saying? Hey, brother, I got you, brother, with Esau." Talking about this is the government's worst fear. And he posted this September of 2024, the 1st of September, 2024. Guess what? He ain't saying that no more now. Oh, he done got a wake-up call. You see, white people, they are very, very good at, you know what I'm saying, playing like they're your ally. So you did all this cooning, and where did it get you? Okay? That's exactly what you was doing. All right? You thought that was what you was going to get. You was going to get some brotherhood with the enemy. You see, there's a reason why the scriptures say never trust thine enemy. Now, let me show you who is the face behind this movement. This right here is John Tanton. All right? And John Tanton is a white supremacist, right-wing Republican. And I'm going to just read you a little bit of information. And what John Tanton did is he created these anti-immigration organizations. Okay, so let me just try, if I were to be, simplistic about it, I would say that the Tanton group is essentially a root. Okay, and from a root grows a tree. And all these different organizations that are attached to even some of the Black organizations, such as FBA, such as ADOS, and I'm going to explain that a little bit more, that history a little bit more to you. These are all just different trees of the same root, okay? And I'm going to explain these different organizations he's behind, but he is also invested in Black organizations to push this anti-immigration rhetoric. And the reason why he created this anti-immigration organization is because they're dying out, okay? It goes back to their insecurities. White people are going extinct, and they don't want immigrants here because they all fear genetic annihilation. It goes back to the insecurity of the fallen seed. Okay. And so what they're doing is they set up these different organizations and even some black organizations, which I'm going to show you with the first one that started and created this anti-immigration rhetoric. And that's why so many of these FBA agents are talking about immigrants and complaining about immigrants, because they're being paid to do that. And I'm going to show you in a second. All right. So this is the guy behind FBA, but I'm going to give you a little bit more information about him. So let's look at this. It says many speakers at PFIR's event had links to John Tanton, the racist founder of the modern anti-immigration movement. Representatives from Numbers USA and the Center for Immigration Studies, founded by Tanton, participated. The incestuous nature of the Tanton network was embodied in the person of PFIR Executive Director Leah Durant, who formerly was employed by the FAIR, or the Federation for American Immigration Reform, a legal arm. The Immigration Reform Law Institute, FAIR, which the Southern Poverty Law lists as a hate group, was founded by Tanton, who still serves on the group's board. For a time, Durant was also part Durant also was part of Choose Black America. Choose Black America, a fair front group supposedly representing the interests of so-called African Americans concerned with high levels of immigration. And I'm going to show you this Choose Black America group because it is no longer a group now. And I believe that was just, they were doing it way back in like 2006. There's old videos of this group with black people connected to John Tanton that were talking about being Black Americans. So I need y'all to understand something. The white man is always 10 steps ahead of the Negro. Sorry. I mean, unless you know how they work, you'll always be 10, 20, 30 steps ahead of them. All right? But this group I believe, was a starting point to lead up to ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves, and of course, what we have now, which is FBA. All right? But they were already doing this even back then. And I'm going to show you some old videos proving this. It says, so Choose Black America was a fair front group supposedly representing the interests of African Americans concerned with high levels of immigration. The group disintegrated not long after its first press conference, which was paid for and stage managed by FAIR. All right. Now, we're going to get back to this this thing concerning this group, but I'm going to just show you this group first so you can see for yourself, because I have a video of them. We're going to first go over here to this Wikipedia article so I can show you a little bit more about it. And then I'm going to show you a video of them over here advocating for immigration reform, even way back then before there was a Donald Trump in office. Okay? So this is an agenda that has been pushed for a long time, long before Donald Trump. All right? All right, so this is Wikipedia, and I don't really like using Wikipedia for information, to be real with you, but it's just, you know what I'm saying, something to kind of reference what I'm talking about right now. So let me make this bigger. No diddy. All right. So Choose Black America, founded in 2006. People were calling themselves Black Americans since 2006. Choose Black America was a project of the Federation for American Immigration Reform. The group's website is no longer operational and was last indexed by the Internet Archive in August 2007. It appears that the project has been disbanded. So this thing has been in place since I was 16 years old. I was in high school, son. Huh. Okay, so on the CBA website, it states mass illegal immigration has been the single greatest impediment to Black advancement in this country over the past 25 years. Listen to me. This is cap. This is cap. Kicking out immigrants is still not going to make them treat us any better. Being pro-America is not going to make them treat us any better. Do y'all not realize that? That's the lie. They use you and then they discard you. Look what they did to Candace Owens. Look what they even doing to the Hodge twins right now. Look at how a lot of black people who was talking about niggas for Trump is FAFOing right now. They messing around and finding out. FBA is a lineage, not a group. Okay. You know what? Since you saying that, I'm gonna give you one chance to prove it. If FBA is a lineage and not a group, what haplogroup is that? What haplogroup? If you're talking about a lineage, you need to be able to give me a haplogroup. What is the haplogroup of foundational Black Americans? What is the haplogroup, the DNA haplogroup of foundational Black Americans if it's an actual lineage? Let's actually be smart here. Let's use our brains. Let's not go off of internet talk. You should be able to give me a haplogroup if you know your lineage. Because my people, my family specifically, comes from West Africa, I know I'm E1B1A. I know I have African lineage. If FBA is an actual lineage, what is the DNA haplogroup? If you can't tell me, what you're saying is BS. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. I would love if one of y'all FBAs will bring Tariq Nasheed on here. Tell him to come on here. I dare you. He gonna look real stupid. And I mean, look at the dude didn't even respond. You know what I'm saying? Our people are brainwashed. And look, you a black man, so I'm not gonna come at you super, super hard, Aki, because you a brother of ours, but you have attached to a cult. Let me say that again. You have attached to a cult. So it's not a lineage then. If every human has an African DNA, then why do you bash other African people of African descent, such as, and I'm not talking about you specifically, but the people who you attach yourself to? Because I see your leader and many of y'all bashing Jamaicans, bashing Caribbeans, bashing African people, talking about their features, calling them, monkeys and you know what I'm saying, all these disrespectful things to other black people. Have you forgotten that they're also being treated like trash by white people? So you as a black man, how could you support someone who is attacking our own people, cuz? Nah, bro, listen, I'm pro-black. Let me say something right now, bro. I am pro-black, nigga. When I say pro-black, that means I'm for everyone who's oppressed, everyone who look like me. I don't care if you Dravidian, South Indian. I don't care if you Pakistani and dark skin. I don't care if you Aboriginal. I don't care about none of that, bruh. I want to see liberation of all black people, because one thing I can say about black people is none of us have a good experience with the white man. I don't care if you black indigenous. I don't care if you Australian indigenous, all of that. We all got one common enemy, and it ain't other black people, bruh. I know you've been brainwashed to look at things like that, but your boy Tariq Nasheed, bruh, his wife ain't even full black. Hold on, let's get into it, because I know some of y'all don't know this, and you need to know, because he ain't talking about it. His wife is half Jewish, meaning his children are Jewish. Okay? Because, the Jewish people, they do it through, you know what I'm saying, the lineage of the mother, by the way. Look at that. Would you consider his children FBA? According to y'all belief, talking about a lineage? Because that lineage is tainted with Jewishness. That lineage is tainted with Jewish. I mean, look how pale she is. I mean, it's like the fallen angels again, bruh. That's slander, my boy. It's not slander. It's not slander. It's a fact. This woman has Jewish lineage, okay? This woman has Jewish lineage, and that is her mom. It's an actual fact. These children definitely look more like the mother. The Jewish lineage is showing up. This is not found. How is this foundational if this woman, her mother, is not even black? How exactly is that? I'm just trying to understand. Why did he not choose a full black woman? I don't understand. Y'all have no problem with mixed children, but you're going to attack somebody who's African and fully black, blacker than your wife, blacker than his wife, blacker than his children. And y'all going to sit there and tell a woman from South Sudan she ain't black? She got more mocha and melanin and protection in her skin than these bastard ass children. I'm going in today. Yes, it is true that most women from Africa are closer to the Adamic stock because they're not mixed with Amalek, because they're not mixed with the colonizer. And these people right here, you know, them Jewish people had us on them slave ships, right? Y'all know that them Ish people, y'all know that them Ish people, y'all know that Ish people, they own them ships, right? And here you got your boy talking about, you know what I'm saying, oh, we foundational black Americans, but he laid up with a woman who's a daughter of the Jewish people. With a daughter of the Jewish people. Our enemies mixed with Esau. You got that Esau all on your DNA, my brother. I'm still waiting on that haplogroup, my nigga. I'm waiting on that haplogroup, my nigga. You still ain't gave me no haplogroup, my nigga. Where it's at, bro? Where it's at? Where it's at? Okay, I didn't think so. All right, fam. So moving on. He's talking about that slander. What, you a snitch now, cuz? You a snitch? You a snitch? Nigga, you out. I don't rock with snitches, bro. I don't rock with snitches. That boy gotta go. Talking about that slander. You a straight up. He probably gonna run and go snitch like some old police nigga. I'm out of here, bro. But I want you to bring that clown over here anyway, because he don't want to come get this work. That boy didn't even bring out his haplogroup. That's what I'm saying. If y'all use y'all intellect, bro, and you challenge what they saying, you realize they sound extremely stupid. And it's not their fault. It's just that they just blind. They just don't know anything. You feel me? That's why I tell our people, educate yourself. Don't believe these little lies that, you know, some people make sound convincing. Do the research. Do the work. All right? All right, let's get back to it, man. I just had to, you know, set that boy straight. I don't hate him. He's one of our own people, but he just looks stupid right now. It's okay, bro. Take a nap. In the CBA website, it states mass illegal immigration has been the single greatest impediment to black advancement in this country over the past 25 years. And their mission is simply defending our country, our rights, our families, our jobs. Blacks in particular have lost economic opportunities and seen their kids' schools flooded with non-English speaking students. Okay, what exactly, when exactly did black people, prior to what we're seeing right here, when exactly did black people care about Mexicans that speak another language? I mean, maybe you might have got it irritated if you was like at a store or something and she didn't understand what you was saying. And you know what I'm saying? He's like, dang, can I get somebody to speak English? You know what I'm saying? But most of the time, if you don't go into a Mexican store, you ain't really got to worry about that too much, right? So it's just interesting that everything they're saying sounds more like Indo-Europeans, because one thing about I can say about English is a Indo-European language. It is a Indo-European language family. So it did come from the fallen people. All right. That's why it's a bastard language, because this fallen seed, these Indo-Europeans, which are the fallen seed, they've gone around and just, you know what I'm saying, spread these languages all over the place, but they're really just a culmination of these different ancient languages. You feel me? All right. So let's look at a video. I'm going to pull up a video here for you guys. And this video is going to be, people act like a YouTuber can't actually have a freaking opinion. He's talking about all that slander. You all snitch. You all snitch, bro. It's like all the, why are you doing all this D-riding? Like, why are you riding his dick? I'm sorry. I like, why? Like, how much is he paying you to grind on his knob? How much is he paying you to put his balls in your mouth? You D-riding him like he D-ride Trump. That's crazy, cuz. Get his tip out your mouth for real. I'm sorry I got to talk to grown men like this, bro, but y'all really over here just D-riding like crazy. I'm serious. I'm sorry. I just had to say that because it's like, that's really what you doing, cuz. How much is he paying you to grab your ankles? Sheesh. I'm sorry. Sometimes you got to talk to people the way it is. Sometimes you got to just, as a man, you got to kind of come a little, you know what I'm saying, directly. I'm a man. I got to talk to him like he understand. I know that probably hurt his feelings, probably is a little harsh, but I had to go there, bro. Because this dick riding is crazy. It really, really is. It really, 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 really is. For nothing. For people who don't care about you. For some nigga who been sold y'all out. All this D-riding and you still oppressed. You still hated. Crazy, bro. All right, bro. We're going to move on. So Let me show y'all this video that I have. Sorry, our people, man, they really irritate me. And sometimes you got to just come out and just say what they understand. Because if you don't, they just going to act like they don't know what the hell you talking about. All right, so let me show y'all this first thing here. So this is the group that was affiliated with this, you know what I'm saying, Tantan society or whatever you call it, the Tantan group. And these are black people, which are the, you know, Choose Black America thing. And I'm going to just show you a quick video and you can see the token blacks, the tap dancing token blacks, the cool Negroes pushing these conservative talking points. And you can see it's an old video, old video.
Chanting slogans against opponents, more than 400 immigration supporters rallied today in South LA. The LAPD, including officers in riot gear, went on tactical alert during the demonstration. They were keeping the peace between the pro-immigration May Day Defense Committee and counter-protesters from a group called Choose Black America.
Black people are waking up and saying we are not down with amnesty for illegal aliens. We are not down with illegal immigration.
Well, not long after that interview, active...
Bro, are you serious? I'm sorry, bro, but I find this hilarious. Our people really over here cried about some dang immigration like that was actually affecting us. I mean, we was dealing with way worse things than that, bruh. But our people was really out here cooning, bro. They was really out here cooning. This is wild. Like, cuz is really mad, bruh. Like, this is look, hey, behind every coon is a pale white man. Ain't that what I tell y'all, bro? See, you got to be looking deeper. You got to be looking deeper. But you see, with this old quality type video, you can see even back then, they were doing the same thing they're doing now. The devil doesn't stop his agendas. He just switches up the maneuvers to the way that he dispenses them. That's all this is. It's just copy and paste. The only difference is now we have social media to help fuel the propaganda. Now we have social media to help fuel the propaganda. Now we got influencers out here now to influence the way you think. Now, listen, let me say something. I said this on Facebook the other day. I am not an influencer. No, I'm not. I am a brother with a platform, but that doesn't make me an influencer. I never joined Facebook and these social media platforms, YouTube, to be an influencer. He did. Tariq Nasheed did, though. Matter of fact, let me show y'all this clown. So this dude used to be a rapper, right? He called himself K-Flex. Let's look at that. This is how corny this dude is, cuz I'm just like, who would actually listen to this guy? Who actually takes him seriously? Hold on. He used to be a pimp too, y'all. Oh, we going in today. I'm cooking today. All right. So I think he has a song called Wash Your Booty. Yeah. This is it right here. Hold on, y'all. I got to show y'all how cringe this Negro is, man. This is the guy that they have made their leader, by the way. Okay, so okay, his song is called What's Up, Cuz? I'm sorry. Let's listen to this trash. Hold on, y'all. Woo. Oh, boy, this is hilarious. This is hilarious, bro. All right, here we go. We're going to listen to a little bit of this, man, and see what he got going on.
Check this out. Now when I'm rolling through your hood, I'm hollering out what up, cuz. And when I'm locked up in the county, I'm hollering out what up, cuz. And when I'm running through Jordan Downs, I'm hollering out what up, cuz. I'm talking about what up, cuz. All about that
what up, cuz. I'm sorry, bro. This is just not it, my dude. This just ain't it, my boy. This ain't it, my boy. But this is the guy that we supposed to take seriously. This is the guy we are supposed to take seriously, family. So the rap career didn't work out. So I guess he just gave it up. And let me show you this other thing here. Because he used to be a pimp too. So, I mean, bro is just a grifter. If it don't work, he gonna do something else. All right, let's look at this, bro. I just want to show you the cringe of this man.
What's the difference between a prostitute and a politician? A prostitute gives clients sexual favors.
Besides my impeccable pimping skills.
Bro, oh man, what a clown, my boy. Look at this guy. Bro, family, is this who our people are being deceived by? This man right here. This is who you are following. This is who you are deriding. This is who you going hard for and arguing with niggas about. This is your king. Wow. Wow. I feel bad for some of y'all brothers out here, man. I feel bad for some of y'all.
Can tell him the attitude. I even wrote a book on the game, man. I got a book. I'm one of the 5 pimps in history to actually have a book about the game. That's why I'm so well known around the country. Besides my impeccable pimping skills.
So do you think the way I'm looking
Bro, and then you over here with Michael Moore? Oh, come on, man. This dude is a clown. I'm done. Straight up agent, cuz. Straight up agent, straight up clown, and this is your king. A whole jive ass turkey. Real talk, bro. You can't be serious. I mean, dude, really? Straight up. Hey, hold on, bro. All I gotta say, bro, I ain't even gotta say no words. All right, fam, we gonna keep it going. But as you can see in this video here,
Protesters from a group called Choose Black America.
Black people are waking up and saying we are not down with amnesty for illegal aliens. We are not down with illegal immigration.
Well, not long after
he said, not the white man there. Okay, all right. So that's one video. Now, to expand upon this a little bit more, you had what once was this group here, which is this, you know what I'm saying, Black America, group, right? Back from the 2005, right? Then you have this white supremacist named John Tanton. Now, just to read a little bit more about him, I'm going to take you over here to this article that tells you a little bit more about this guy, John Tanton. All right, because we see he's behind this group. And as I prove further, you're going to see he's also attached to this FBA thing, the ADOS and everything else. So let's look at this, okay? So this is from the Southern Poverty Law Center, and it talks about this John Tanton, white supremacist guy, right? So it says, the organized anti-immigration movement is almost entirely the handiwork of one man, Michigan activist John H. Tanton. Here is a list of 13 groups in the loose-knit Tanton network, followed by acronyms. If the groups use them, founding dates and Tanton's role in the groups. So as I said, the Tanton group is really just a root of a tree that is many different branches. So, and all of these branches of these different groups are essentially just anti-immigration for America. And the reason why is because these Caucasians, these pink monkeys, they're afraid of going extinct, as they are, you know what I'm saying? And they're doing this out of fear. You feel what I'm saying? So the first one is the American Immigration Control Foundation, AICF, 1983, it was funded. Then you have American Patrol and the Voices of Citizens Together. That was funded in 1992. Then you have the California Coalition for Immigration Reform in 1994. Then you have the Californians for Population Stabilization in 1996, and also founded separately in 1986. Then you have the Center for Immigration Studies in 1985. Then you have the Federation for American Immigration Reform, or FAIR, 1979, and that's also behind this group that I'm going to show you in a second. Then you have the Numbers USA, 1996, Population Environment Balance, 1973, and it joined the board in 1980. Then you have another group called Pro English, 1994, Project USA, 1999, the Social Contract Press, 1990, U.S. English, 1983, and U.S. Inc., 1982, family. Okay? Now, let me jump over here to this next thing, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this John Tanton guy. And, you know, I showed you a little bit about him, but I'm going to give you a little bit more information on him. So let me jump over here real quick. Actually, give me 1 second, y'all. I made sure to write down these links so I wouldn't have too many tabs open. If you haven't hit the like, please hit the like button. Appreciate y'all. All praises to the highest Yahuwah. All praises to the highest Yahuwah. All right. All right, let's look at this real quick, fam. Gives us a little bit more information on this character who is behind this movement, which is a white man. It's crazy, bro. It's so crazy to me how people got, can sit here and defend him, but like, what I'm saying, see clearly that he's being paid by some white man to try to tell our people what they need to do. Anytime I see a white man behind any black dude, I say, coon, coon, coon. All right. John Tanton, anti-immigration, pro-English. So just like all those other groups, he's no longer living, but these groups are still very much alive. So this is John Tanton, and John Tanton was the racist architect of the modern anti-immigration movement, and he created a network of organizations, the Federation for American Immigration Reform, the Center for Immigration Studies, and Numbers USA that profoundly shaped the immigration debate in the U.S. In his own words, I've come to the point of view that for European American society and culture to persist requires a European American majority, and a clear one at that. European American. They going extinct. And he said this in 1993. So that tells you, bro, their numbers have always been low. And everything about the way they've acted towards us is because they know their genetic annihilation and the fact that Yahuwah is never going to allow their numbers to get back to where they thought that they were. They will never, ever, ever be able to reach the numbers they think they're going to reach, which is why I'm saying everything they're doing is just pointless because, Esau is going to fall. Esau will be wiped out. All right. So it's like there's nothing you can do. Just accept your defeat. Just accept it's over for y'all. That's all you got to do. Easy. So requires a European American majority, and a clear one at that. December 10, 1993, letter to the late Garrett Hardin, a controversial ecology professor. So this is what he wrote. He said, I have no doubt that individual minority persons can assimilate to the culture necessary to run an advanced society. But if through mass migration, the culture of the homeland is transplanted from Latin America to California, then my guess is we will see the same degree of success with governmental and social institutions that we have seen in Latin America. Do we leave it to individuals to decide that they are the intelligent ones who should have more kids? I guess he's talking about us. Yeah. And more troublesome, what about the less intelligent? Oh, you talking about black people? Okay, if white people are so intelligent, why can't you figure out that your numbers are never going to get to where you think they're going to go? Y'all definitely going to go extinct. Why can't you be so intelligent to realize that the white race was not meant to survive? Why can't you pale-skinned pink monkeys understand that the Most High does not love you? Matter of fact, the Most High hates Esau. He said he hates you. That's why you hate us and you hate him. But yet the so-called high IQ individuals can't find no way to figure out your birth rates or judgment upon you by the highest, who logically should have less. They're saying the less intelligently should logically have less. And the crazy thing about it is the sub-Saharan African people, I said the sub-Saharan African people, the one y'all call stupid, they still having babies. I said they still having babies, man. They still having babies. Matter of fact, let's just look at that real quick. Just a bit of a side note for the white people. The white people. So let's look at this information here, yeah. So if you look at this right here, you can see that Africa, I'm talking about all of Africa, there is no fertility problem. But all around the world, you see that pink right there. You see that pink. You see that pink. You see that pink like your skin. Pink like your skin. They all experiencing fertility rates. But see how Africa ain't having that problem though? Yeah, you see that? You see that? Yeah, yeah. You see, Africa's not having that problem. You know why? Because that is the land Yahuwah has placed his name upon. And all those people in Africa are fully Adamic. Yeah, yeah. Those are the Adamic people. Because I know y'all don't like to admit it, but the Garden of Eden was in sub-Saharan Africa. So this is divine judgment from the highest. Yes, yes, yes. So you're going to have to accept that. You feel y'all laughing at me. I know. This is what y'all come here for, though. You know what I'm saying? This is what y'all come here for. But yeah, this is judgment. So if you're not, you can bash the sub-Saharan Africans. You can bash darker skinned people. But them numbers ain't getting no better, though. They ain't getting no better. All right, y'all. Let's keep going. I'm going to stop playing. Sometimes you got to just, you know what I'm saying, come out and bring it. And listen. I want to say this before I continue. To everybody who was offended by what I said earlier, I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to go that route. I didn't mean to do that. But I get passionate when I say things because I care about our people. I am tired of our people being led astray. I am tired of our people putting trust in these fake niggas. I'm tired of the house niggas getting over on our people. I'm tired of that, bruh. I love my people. I want to see my people follow Yahusha. Not me. Follow Yahusha. He the only one who's going to liberate us. And we be screaming it to the rooftops. Our people want to be everything but Yasharah. Because they could be foundational Black American. They could be as wicked as they want to be. They can hate their own people as much as they want to. They could bash other people as much as they want to and hang on to a false ideal of some dang reparations. Being more of a patriot is not going to get you no reparations, my nigga. All right? Now, this right here is an accurate meme of what our people are dealing with. Our people are having an identity crisis. The only thing on this that's actually true is we are the Hebrew Israelites. Our people want to be Native Americans. Our people want to be the Moors, the founders of society. Our people want to be the freaking aliens. Our people want to be the damn Atlanteans. We want to be every damn thing. They want to say our people were everywhere except Africa. Do y'all not realize how goofy this looks? They ain't got no problem with you calling yourself a Black American. They call you Black Americans. They go around and share what you talking about Black America. But as soon as you start talking about being a Jew, I don't even like saying Jew, but y'all know what I'm saying. As soon as you start talking about being Yahudim, look how the Ashkenazi gonna come for you. Look how they gonna call you anti-Semitic. Look how they gonna give you the Kyrie Irving treatment. You see how mad they got at him for sharing a link? You see how mad they got at him talking about we the Hebrews? Look how mad they got. Look how they buck broke him. You see them people buck breaking Tariq? No, they gave him a platform. They gave him a platform. They are not buck breaking him because they know they're using him to mislead y'all niggas. People like me who speak the truth get banned, get shadow banned, get strikes. We're not allowed to really grow on this platform. We're not allowed to reach the masses. And honestly, people like me, they would never let me reach the masses. Because I would be speaking too much truth about the people that control Tariq Nasheed. All of these and you talk about his lawyers and all that. Everybody that he got around him is white. All the people in positions of power that he got with him, slander attorneys and all that other stuff. You got a slander attorney because you know people are speaking the truth about him. I'll show you his circle. I'll show you who Tariq got around him. It ain't nothing but a bunch of Jewish people and white people. He ain't got no FBAs around him. His wife ain't even considered what you would call FBA, foundational Black American, so to speak, because you know why? She's Jewish. Matter of fact, you know what? Hold on. Let me show you this real quick. This is truth. Actually, you know what? Nah, I'm not going to even go there. I don't want to get carried away, but we're going to keep going. All right. So John Tanton, in his own words, wants a white America. And that's why he's using black people to help push this anti-immigration rhetoric. Now, here's another website here, which is the FAIR thing, the Federation for American Immigration Reform. And all of these are groups that I said he's tied to specifically. Okay. All right. Now, the next section of this I need to talk about to understand all of this whole agenda is, as I said, there are many, many groups attached to the Tanton group, this white man and, his racist views of a white America because their birth rate's low. So check this out. This is Yvette Carnell. Her name is Yvette Carnell. She's also, attached to the ADOS movement. This is Yvette Carnell. That's her name. And this man next to her, his name is Antonio Moore. And they are the people who founded the ADOS. The ADOS is the American Descendants of Slaves. All right. That is the organization from which later came FBA. FBA is just another branch of that same tree. But ADOS was created by or founded by Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. Now, help me understand something. How are you going to be pushing Republican talking points and you're a homosexual? You're a lesbian. Why should black women have a homosexual LGBT lesbian woman who is not about pro-life, who is not about making more babies, be a representation for all black women? Why can't we have a beautiful black woman that's married to a black man? Why we got to have a lesbian? How y'all going to be bashing Democrats and you fall right in line with their agenda? So this woman is supposed to be for black people, even though you don't believe in being with a black man and having a black family. You'd rather go against nature than be with it. That's supposed to represent black people. Goofy stuff. I don't know much about this Antonio guy, but the reason why I'm showing you these different individuals is because it's very, very important to understand controlled opposition, House Negroes, and COINTELPRO. Okay. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about them in a second. But before I do, I just want to show you there is a such thing as COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO are people who literally are hired by the government and are informants used to bring down black people. All right. So I'm going to just show you a few videos of informants. One of them was an informant against Fred Hampton and the Black Panther Party. If you guys saw Judas and the Black Messiah, then y'all know what I'm talking about. If you're not familiar, he worked with the FBI and he got insider information, and that's how they was able to get Fred Hampton. And at 21 years old, he was literally unalived in his bed. All right. So let me show y'all this first video here. All right.
Much research and study did the FBI engage in of black culture in the late 60s.
Okay, so this video is actually not about Fred Hampton. The other one I'm going to do is about it. But this guy is an informant, and he was going in black communities and getting around some of our people and, giving information back to the FBI. And he is an actual informant, and he's talking about his role in being an informant.
A great amount.
Give me an idea.
They have a file on every type of magazine that blacks read. They have a file on the music. Music, dance, theater, actors, comedians, you name it, man.
And they would actually study these different...
Oh, yes, definitely.
What would they do with music?
To understand the people, you have to understand the culture. To infiltrate, you have to understand. You had a lot of so-called white liberals that were infiltrating the so-called black groups using the information that they had gathered from the studies of blacks.
You mean just to understand the behavior pattern of our people?
Oh, yeah. I can, Will Heaton could name out some jams of Miles Davis that I hadn't even heard of. He could name off some books that I hadn't even read pertaining to black culture.
Did you ever see agents actually studying the music of...
Yes, yes. Yes, I've seen them going over even video portion of cultural events. Okay, you have an organization like Leroy Jones Black House. You remember that? Okay, Leroy Jones's place, which was done on the thing of tribalism. That's where I first heard the word Kintu, Mantu, Huntu, Hentu. These words of the African continuum. I learned that from an agent. He ran it down to me. They make in-depth studies of the personalities of the people they're dealing with too.
Culturally.
Culturally.
Mm-hmm.
It always helps when it's a thing of.
You see, this is what y'all need to understand. There are a lot of people, and I've said this before, in every hood, you have informants. That's why, there's an old saying, there's an old Lil Wayne song where he said, G's move in silence like lasagna. That's why you don't really talk to too many people. That's why you don't really put too much business out there and really talk about, what you got going on and what you're doing and what moves you're making and stuff like that. That's why I'm very private about myself because, it's a lot of people out there that's infiltrators. And the thing about it is on social media, you have a lot of agents out here. I saw this Jewish Ashkenazi following me. What the heck do I got in common with them other than them dang, people over here masquerading as if they're the chosen or something. Right? But the fact that they watch me tells me a lot. I mean, it tells me that I'm dangerous. It tells me that what I'm saying is reaching their ears. And there's probably a bunch of Amalekites, reporting them to their top rabbit and all that other stuff, which is cool. I mean, it make me feel kind of good because, I'm really a threat to the system. So all praises to the Most High. But monitoring spirits on social media, and that's why I ain't got no problem blocking people, bro. There's a lot of monitoring spirits out here. People that are, sometimes they're on assignments by people and, they will befriend you. They will get your trust. You guys got to be careful out there, especially on social media amongst our people. Some people hide behind Yahuwah's name and they don't even be our people. And listen, like I said, even now, family, there are agents. Listen to me. There are agents. You see how easy it is for somebody to make an AI image of somebody that's black or white? There could be our people literally wearing digital blackface right now and going in chat sects talking about our people, even though they're not even our people. It's a scary game. Like the digital cosplaying as black people, it's some scary stuff. That's why when I see people that have Yahuwah's name, but they never show their face, I'm not quick to call them Ak no more. I'm not quick to call them sis no more. I'm sorry, that might sound kind of messed up. Like I'm trying to check to see who's my people, but it's just too much deception out here with these pink monkeys. The extent that they'll go to cosplay as black or to feel black because they want to be black so bad, they want to be chosen so bad, it needs to be studied. The extent that they'll go to be able to masquerade as black, it is very, very strange, and I don't put nothing past them. So when you ain't got nothing but a bunch of AI images of you, I don't know. I have a hard time calling you brother or sister. I don't know who you are. And I don't know if you are the ops. Masquerading like you're my friend. Masquerading like you're my brother. Masquerading like you're my sister. And it's not against everybody. I know some of our people don't like to do that. They don't like to, show their face and stuff like that for whatever reason. But there's people who I haven't seen their face, but I talk to them on the phone. I can definitely tell they us. Some of them, not so much. Just because I'm seeing too many digital images. Way too many digital images. What the hell are you hiding from? Who are you? Who sent you? Was it my father or was it Hashatan? The discernment comes in knowing the difference. The discernment comes in knowing the difference. And sometimes it even be our own people that be agents. I mean, look who we talking about right now. It be our own people that be working against us. Pushing, Democrats and Republicans and this fake political bull crap. Babylon gonna fall. It don't matter who you vote for. I don't care if Kamala won. I don't care if Trump won, Biden won. Babylon's still gonna fall. Check out this next video.
By any means necessary. At this point,
All right, so this the Black Panther Party, y'all. This our people right here. Look at that in unity. Isn't that beautiful, family? Look at those afros. Oh, all praises to the Most High. Look at our people, so beautiful. Standing in solidarity. Look at those afros. Look at those beautiful black women. All praises to the highest, man. But this is about the Black Panther Party and the informant that helped take down Fred Hampton.
I question the whole purpose of the Black Panther Party.
This is William O'Neill. Now, if you have seen the movie Judas and the Black Messiah, it is about Fred Hampton. It is about the Black Panther Party and how they have this Negro, you know what I'm saying? Lakeith, he plays Snoop Dogg in Straight Outta Compton. He's been in a lot of other movies, but he basically infiltrated the Black Panther Party. And when, you know, Fred Hampton was doing his speech, you know, I am a revolutionary, you know what I'm saying? You could see those little agents in there. Because, you know, Fred Hampton, he definitely didn't trust white folks like that, but he knew that there were some white people who were allies or who just kind of wanted the best for themselves and stuff like that. So they were allowed to kind of be in those congregations. If it was me, I wouldn't allow no white people in there. Sorry, black people only. This is only black people business, right? But in one of the scenes, Fred Hampton, who's played by Daniel Kaluuya, shout out to him. He from Ghana. One of my favorite actors, actually. We was born the same year, 89, so all praises. But anywho, Daniel Kaluuya, he's doing his speech, I am a revolutionary, and the undercover agent, who I'm about to show you right now, he's in the movie, and he's watching him, you know, and telling him to raise his fist, and he's raising his fist in the air. Meanwhile, you got this white pink demon in there, you know what I'm saying, knowing he's going to take down, you know what I'm saying, Fred Hampton. And the dude who's undercover, he's looking over at him like, do I got to go along with this? And he's like, yeah, don't blow your cover. Can you imagine, y'all? Like, you putting your fists in the air like you for the people. Meanwhile, you got these dang pink monkeys and you on assignment working for them to bring down your own brother. The ops is crazy, cuz. The ops is crazy. It's crazy. It is so many of our people, even in this truth, that are working against us. We think everybody who is us is our friend, and it's just not true. Some of our people have no problem stabbing us in the back as long as they can get something out of it, as long as they can live a little better in Babylon. They ain't got no problems turning their back on us. They ain't got no problem doing that. I hate to say that, fam, but it's true.
Thinking they were necessary, it was a shock treatment for white America to see black men running around with guns, just like black men saw white men running around with guns. Yeah, that was a shock treatment. It was good in that extent, but it got a lot of black people hurt. My recruitment by the FBI was very efficient, very simple, really. I'd stolen a car and went joyriding over the state limit, and they had a potential case against me, and I was looking for an opportunity to work it off. And a couple of months later, that opportunity came when FBI agent Roy Mitchell asked me to go down to the local office of the Black Panther Party and try to gain membership. We tried to develop negative information to discredit him, just like we did everybody else. We, meaning the FBI, I tried to come up with signs of him doing drugs or something, and never could. He was clean. He was dedicated. I've had private conversations with him. We got along pretty well.
2 weeks later, a gun battle on Chicago's South Side further escalated tensions. A former Panther and 2 policemen were killed. The deaths provoked a response from informant William O'Neill's FBI contact.
Mitchell became more specific during that time. He wanted to know the locations of weapons caches. He wanted to know if we had explosives. He needed to know who was staying at what locations, who spent the night where. His information didn't change so much as he requested more detail, and I knew why. The shootout on the South Side had pretty much laid the foundation. Within the party, within the Black Panthers, we knew that the police would react some type of way.
Expecting police action, the Black Panthers had fortified their office. FBI informant O'Neill was now head of Panther security in Chicago.
And I remember walking out of the office and looking through a little clearing over on the next block, which was right in front of the Monroe Street address, and seeing a lot of police cars over there. And at that time, Bobby Rush came to the office. He had just come from over there, or maybe the coroner's office. In any case, we walked back over there, and we both were speechless. We just walked through the house and saw what had taken place and where he died, and it was shocking.
Bro, they were such cowards. They shot, brother, Fred Hampton died at 21 years old. These cowards shot him when he was sleeping in his bed. What type of cowards are these dang pink monkeys that they literally surround and shoot him while he is in bed sleeping? What a bunch of cowards. They didn't want that smoke with him, because I'm gonna be real with you. The way he was, it would have been like Nino Brown in New Jack City. It would have been bad. He would have returned that fire. It would have been a total kamikaze, you know what I'm saying? You got to get me first type situation. Fred Hampton would not have at all, you know what I'm saying, just giving up to them. And he was heavily armed too. All of us were. All the Panthers were. He taught us to be. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, it wasn't so much. I mean, Malcolm X said it best, right? If they can use guns and dogs and sticks against us and defend themselves, so should the Negro. So, yeah, we were heavily armed. We were heavily armed because we knew we needed to protect our children. We needed to protect our women's. We needed to protect our brothers, our sons. You know what I'm saying? Our daughters, our family. But, yeah, man, it's haunting, man. Looking at this imagery right here and seeing the way they took Fred out, man. 21 years old, man. He was just a boy, just a child. Barely got to live. And at 21 years old, he was doing what he could for our people. Doing everything for our people.
And then I was, I just began to realize that the information that I had supplied leading up to that moment had facilitated that raid. I knew that indirectly, I had contributed, and I felt it, and I felt bad about it. And then I got mad. I had, and then I had to conceal those feelings, which made it worse. I couldn't say anything. I just had to continue to play the role.
FBI headquarters authorized payment of a $300 bonus to informant William O'Neill for, quote, uniquely valuable services which he rendered over the past several months, unquote.
Yeah, his pregnant wife. Yeah, his pregnant wife was there. You know what I'm saying? So she saw the whole thing go down, and it happened so quickly. And praise Yahuwah, she wasn't harmed, but yeah, she saw what went down, man. Her, and she was one of the witnesses to it, and that's gotta hurt a brother. And I want every black man who done took an oath to this system to vote, whatever you've done, because even if you voted for this man who calls himself Donald J. Trump, you are complicit in whatever happens to our people out here. You are complicit. Not saying that, like I said, I don't believe in elections and selections and all that other stuff, but you were in agreement with it, though. You were in agreement with it. So when bad things start happening to our people, you need to blame yourself, because you drank the Kool-Aid. And these white people, they totally got us exactly where they want us, because now that they done got rid of a lot of these Hispanics, guess who's next? But he told you, Trump ain't did anything to harm us. Matter of fact, let's pull that up real quick. These are his words. You talking about slander. I'm going to pull it up because these are things he said out of his own mouth, bro. Let me see if I can find that clip. He was all like, well, Trump, he's never did anything to harm black people. Show me what he's done to harm black people. Let me see if I can find it. I got the video here somewhere. Hold on, y'all. I think it was, yeah, this was one of them. Listen to this, y'all. Is this it? I think this is it. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, I think this is it. This might be it. Let me see. Hold on.
Fall out. That's absolutely not what
well, that's what made you fall out. I never fell out with you.
No, it did.
You did. Because they came and told you what I said on my show. Because before that, we was cool. Before that, you was like, get after these black bitches. You literally said those words to me.
I didn't.
Yes,
say
you
that.
did. It's on tape during our interview.
Play it. Can you play a tape of me?
I sure can. I will put the video. I will put the interview back up, ladies and gentlemen. You'll get the interview. He literally said it.
That. I don't.
He sure did.
Look at him. He's stuttering now.
I don't make up lies. There's no reason for me to sit there and lie about that. I'm not going to say somebody said something they didn't.
And I didn't know nothing about Jews, nothing to some black Jews or what. I don't know nothing.
No, I'm saying what I said on the video. What I said was, they asked me, they said, why is it that Hidden Colors doesn't address that Jews took black heritage and subverted them, and now they're trying to claim that they're the Semitic people.
Look at that. See, he ain't got no smoke when it talks about us being the true black Jews or so-called black Jews. I haven't done that in so long. I had to do that again. I had to bring it back out. You know what I'm saying? So he ain't got no passion in to tell us about us being true Yahshua. He ain't got no passion to tell us to return to the covenants and commandments of Yahuwah, and things will get better when he deliver us. He over here pushing us to attach to some foundational black American, and then when it talks about us being the true black Jews, he ain't got nothing to say about that. He want to back down from the Ashkenazi like a little punk. Tariq is a punk. He is a straight up weak, sissified punk and a simp. We don't need no people like him leading the black community. We don't need nobody like him speaking for us because we ain't no punks. Our people wasn't marching in the streets and going through all the being sprayed by water hoses and beat down by police and marching in the streets to be no damn second-class citizen, only to walk around and call ourselves another byword. Y'all shame our ancestors. Y'all shame our ancestors by loving this country. And I'm not no ancestral worship or nothing. I'm just talking about what our people went through. Our people died hating this country. Our people fled the plantation and got dogs sicked on them and died hating this country. Our people's blood is all over the ground. And you mean to tell me you doing a Sambo shuffle for America? You don't attach to the country that enslaved you and promised you 40 acres and a mule and still ain't gave you nothing. The definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, expecting a different result. When has trusting the so-called white man ever benefited black people? And y'all want to sit here and act like this boy ain't took no money from a bunch of whites. Y'all want to sit here and act like this man is flawless? Yeah, that sounds like a cult leader. He's too scared to be critical of Trump because the people who paying him, they don't like that. They don't like when he talk about they white God man. They don't like when he talk about they white God man. Hair slicked back like Donald Duck. The orange Cheeto man. They don't like us talking about the orange Cheeto man. That's some coon stuff, bro. Straight up coon stuff. This dude says, shut up, all you fake ass ninjas. Hold on, wait. Hold on, let me read this. Shut up, all you fake ass ninjas. I'm 48 years old. My mama's 68. Her daddy dead. His daddy dead. His daddy dead. Ain't no coming back, fool. Huh? What the hell are you talking about, cuz? You okay? Oh, are you just butthurt because I'm talking about your mans? I'm talking about your mans. Keep on dancing, keep on bucking, keep on trucking. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. If I'm pissing off people, we're only just getting started here. So I showed you that video to show you guys kind of like, the situation with the informants, but let's finish this.
Blacks are anti-Semitic talking about it. I said, and it was right after me and the girl I was dating had just went to Dallas and seen the movie. And I said,
What?
I said, I'll talk to, I said, I don't know why he didn't bring that up in 1 or 2. I said, I don't know why he would bring up all these hidden colors, but not bring up that Jews will not acknowledge black Jews. For some odd reason, they will not.
I didn't have a problem with you because of that. I don't know nothing about that.
Okay, he don't know nothing about us being Yasharal. Not somebody you should be following then. Not somebody you should be listening to then. Not somebody you should be looking up to then. If you don't know nothing about who we really, really are, and he's presenting something to you that has nothing to do with us being the true people of the book, then what he's saying is useless to me. What he's talking about is useless to me. It is useless to you as a Negro. It is useless to you as a black person if you are not being taught that you are the people of this book. If no one is teaching you that, they are leading you astray, period. And if he ain't telling you that, that's exactly why y'all don't know anything. That's exactly why y'all so easily misled, because you looking for some black man to lead you and not the black man who died for you. Would Tariq give his life for you? Would Tariq shed his blood for you? Would Tariq do a lynching for you? What the hell am I gonna follow him for then? Because I know somebody who did. And he's coming back to slay all our oppressors. He ain't finna be signing contracts with the oppressors. He ain't finna be signing no Babylonian contracts. He ain't finna be getting down with Amalek. He finna wipe out Amalek. He finna liberate our people. He finna bring us back home. He finna bring about a righteous rulership. So why are you looking for this man to help you out? Long as he got that Ashkenazi money behind him, he ain't got no problem selling out his own people. Let's get back to this now. This is, like I said, the two people who are attached to ADOS, okay? Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, all right? And I talked a little bit about controlled opposition. Now, to talk a little bit more about this, I'm going to first show you a video that she did. And this was kind of like that breaking out video where she really started to embrace this American, patriotism stuff. Okay. Now, like I said, she is a on the record lesbian. Okay. So she doesn't represent black women as a whole. She represents a particular faction of black women, but she does not represent all black women. And being a lesbian definitely doesn't represent us in a positive way, because if you knew your history and you knew who you were, you know that the sins of Sodom was not applicable to us. Yeah, we didn't get down like that. The heathens did. So she don't represent us. All right. Even if she wasn't, a lesbian or whatever. I mean, pro-America, really? Let's just listen to what she has to say here. I'm going to rewind a little bit of it.
Mexican flags, all kinds of things. But when I try to say, hey, I'm American, and regardless of what this country has done, this is still my country, and I occupy a unique position in this country, you want to act like I'm being
biracial and a white female partner. Whoop, there it is. She definitely don't represent us.
You want to act like I shouldn't lay claim on this country, like I don't have a country. Wait a minute. Every time that soccer match comes around, there's a soccer match. What is that soccer match? I don't follow soccer. Was it a World Cup or something like? Every time it comes around, I see immigrants from all countries running around with their flags, yelling, rooting for their country. It don't matter what the country is. They root for their country. That's nationalism. But if I try to say, as an African American, a descendant of slaves, slave owners, and poor white people in this country, all of that, if I try to speak on that and say, hey, like it or not, this represents who I am. This is where.
No, wait. Oh, this represents who you are. Okay, I need you to understand something, sister. That flag never was supposed to represent us because they never intended for us to be citizens. The red in that flag is the blood of our ancestors. The blood of our ancestors paints the red in that flag. This is not who you are. You've just been brainwashed. And of course, you're being paid by the Tanton group. So this is a monologue that she's saying, which was introduced to kind of push this idea. This video was uploaded back 8 years ago. So this video was uploaded December 20th, 2016. And like I said, that's so interesting, family, because that was 3 years before 2019, where this huge awakening really started to take off. And listen, I know some of our people woke up prior to 2016. Shout out to everybody who did, but I woke up in 2019. So they already had a plan. Listen to me. They already had a plan for when we would start waking up because they knew that 400-year prophecy was going to come to pass. And Tariq, he blew up around 2019 with this FBA thing. So I need you to understand that they were already preparing for this awakening. They already had a scapegoat. They already had a lie ready. The children of Lucifer already had a lie prepared when that time would come at the height of that 400-year prophecy. They started 3 years in advance to introduce that lie to our people. You see, Esau was not an idiot. He knows how to work, and he does things ahead of time. Incremental change. Okay, in 2016, they said we're going to introduce this into the black community. And let me tell you this, Yahuwah revealed this to me today. This came from the highest. They're using reparations to keep your mind here. Listen to me and listen to me really, really good. Yahuwah told me this today. They are using reparation to keep your mind here. You're never getting it from them. You're never getting reparations from them. They can keep your mind here and make you reject Yahuwah and what he has for us because your allegiance will be to this land. And your allegiance to this land is rejecting Yahuwah. Listen to me. Your allegiance to America is rejecting your father. Allegiance to America is rejecting the Eluah of your fathers. And if you continue to keep your mind here, you will suffer with everyone here who has taken part in your oppression. And you don't want that. Revelations 18 says, come out of her. And eventually you're going to have to leave. And I hear some of my people saying, I ain't going nowhere. And I'm not saying, that we can't get reparated. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's not coming by legislation. It's not coming by you being a patriot. It's not coming by you calling yourself no foundational black American. It's coming by destruction upon your enemies. But y'all want to be cool with them. Y'all want a brotherhood with them. Y'all over here talking about we gonna come together like brothers. This is what y'all on right here. You think reparations coming through this? You think reparations is coming through this? You done lost your damn mind. Reparations ain't coming through no brotherhood with a white man. You crazy. Reparation is coming by the destruction of the white man. Listen to me. Reparations is coming by the destruction of the white man. That's what you should be expecting. Not trying to be brothers with people who are written to be judged. And matter of fact, let me pull up a scripture. Let's go to Jacob's ladder. I want to go to the book of Jacob's ladder. It's an old, script. I did an episode on it when it talks about the 400 years. Let's go to that real quick, family. Real quick. It's just a little bit of a side note, but it's scriptural, so it's always beautiful. All right. Let's go to Jacob's ladder. Gala Abaram is what it's called. Gala Abaram. This is a scroll. Let's look at this real quick. So we're going to take her off for a minute, and we're going to jump over here to my blog, and I wrote down these scriptures from the ladder of, actually, hold on a minute. Sulam Yaqub, the ladder of Jacob. Let's go there real quick. All right. And I'm going to make it bigger, no diddy, so y'all can see it a little bit better here. All right, listen to this. This is Sulam Yaqub, ladder of Jacob. The first thing that stumbles upon the steps, angels ascending and descending, and faces in the midst of the steps. Ha'ayun, the Most High, will raise up an heir of the descendants of your brother Esau. Okay? So, Yahuwah will raise up an heir of the descendants of Esau. Okay? This is why I keep telling y'all, the anti-Messiah will definitely be a white man. All right? Let's keep reading. And all the kings of the nations of the earth will accept this man. Okay. Who have done evil against your seed. Now, this is Yahuwah talking to Jacob. And this is an end times prophecy, because I'm going to prove it in a minute. Just keep listening, okay? Stick with me, fam. So he said, and all the kings of the nations will accept this descendant of Esau, okay? And all the kings of the nations of the earth will accept it, who have done evil against your seed. Family, give me a one if that sounds like right now. Okay? An Edomite in office, a king, that the people who have done evil against our seed gladly accepted. Give me a one if this sounds like right now. Give me a one if this sounds like right now. Yes, family, haven't I been telling you? They voted for him because they hate us. It wasn't about the economy. It wasn't about any of that. No, family, it was not. It was because they hate us. So the scriptures must be true. The scrolls must be true. Okay, we're in agreement. Let's keep reading it. Let's keep reading it. Okay, we're all in agreement. All praises to the highest. Okay, let's keep going. And all the kings of the nations will accept it who have done evil against your seed, and will be given into his hand, and he will be hardly borne by them, but he begins to rule them with violence. I think that's why he's preparing all this military might against us, and to reign over them. And they cannot resist him until the day when his decree goes forth against them to serve the idols. Now, this is the Christian nationalism thing. Let's keep going. And know you, Jacob, that your seed shall be strangers in a strange land, and men will entreat them with bondage and lay blows on them daily. Police officers, what happened during slavery, okay? These enraged heathens, these enraged pink monkeys, and how they act towards us. But the people whom they serve will Yahuwah judge. When a king arises and fights, then will there be that place when Yahuwah gives his judgment to that place. He will lead forth, then will your seed, even Yasharah, go forth out of bondage of the heathen who ruled over them with violence, and will be set free from all reproach. From all reproach. See, this is a regathering here. Okay, this is being removed from the oppressor's presence. From all reproach of their enemies. For this king is the head of every revenge and retribution of them that make attacks on you, Jacob. And at the end of the age, for the miserable will rise and cry, and Yahuwah hears them. Let's keep going. And know you, Jacob, to will Yahuwah judge, for the Most High will let himself pity to the saving of your race, your race, your race. See, people say the Bible's not about skin color and all that, and I'm not saying it's about skin color, but it's definitely about race, because there's people who come from a single common ancestor, that will be Kua and Adam, and then you got people who come from something else because they are mutants. They come from the fallen seed, okay? A race would be everyone from that particular single common ancestor. So in this particular section, he's talking about everyone who comes from the loins of Jacob. All right. But he will do it for the saving of our race. Hallelujah. That the Most High will have compassion. Then will their women bear much fruit, and then fights Yahuwah for your race. So he fights for our people. He fights for our race with terrible and great signs. Hallelujah.
So what am I trying to stay here for? Why would I be Black American? Why would I have any allegiance to the place that will be destroyed? He will fight for me. So I don't care about the place that's going to be destroyed. I know he has something better. That's why Yahusha said, I go to prepare a place for you. There's something he has prepared for us. Why are you so comfortable? Let's keep going. For the bondage inflicted upon them. So he said, for your race, I will fight with terrible and great signs for the bondage that was inflicted upon us. Their full storehouses will be empty of wine and of every fruit. Their land will boil over with creeping things and every deadly thing. Earthquakes and much destruction will there be. Oh, praise the Most High. Babylon will fall. Then will Yahuwah accomplish his judgment on that place and will lead forth. Listen to that. He will lead forth your seed out of the bondage of the heathen, which ruled over you with violence, and they will be saved from the reproaches of their enemies. But the head of the king will be for an object of revenge. Bitterly stands he up against them, but they cry, and Yahuwah hears them and pours out his wrath upon the serpent and smites the lawless with the sword. For against the Eluah of Elohim raise he up his pride. But then Jacob appears your righteousness and that of your fathers, and them that shall be after you walk in righteousness. And then shall your seed blow with the trumpet, and the whole kingdom of Edom, listen to that, and the whole kingdom of Edom shall perish with all the kings and the people of the Moabites. So that is a very, 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 very telling scripture right there. That is a very, very, very telling scripture. But we're going to keep it going. All right. Now, we talked about the COINTELPRO and all of that. Now, I'm going to go back to this video about the Project 2025 thing, because he said, oh, I think Project 2025 is a benefit to us. Sorry, I had to do that again because y'all know how he was doing it. You know what I'm saying? I think Project 2025 is a great thing. You know what I'm saying? So let me just give you a little bit of history before we continue on with that. So essentially what happened was this woman who I just showed you, she was originally, Yvette Carnell was originally a part of the ADOS movement, okay? The American Descendant of Slaves, along with the other guy I showed you, and his name is Antonio Moore. So what ended up happening is, after a while, Tariq Nasheed kind of became the face of this movement, and they ended up kind of moving on from Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, and now the FBA thing is what the Tantan group is mostly invested in. Now you still have the ADOS group, but they're a separate entity from Foundational Black Americans. Okay, and just to show you here real quick, this is the website for the ADOS, which is American Descendants of Slaves. Okay, and you can see you've got a lot of our people that have kind of been attached to this movement at one point. All right, but it's kind of fell to the wayside. Now a lot of our people are embracing this foundational Black American thing. All right, and here is another shot of Antonio and Yvette Carnell. And this is just kind of a little bit of takes you through a little bit of a timeline, and you can see that back in 2016, right, she was on Facebook, and the whole thing was kind of going crazy. But it was around 2019 where Tariq Nasheed kind of came into play with this. All right. So it says, this created an opportunity for any Black person with social media savvy to play a decisive role in the 2020 presidential election. Tariq Nasheed, a Trump-like figure in his own right, had more than 250,000 followers on the app and was uniquely positioned to be that person. In early 2019, Mr. Nasheed introduced the Tangibles 2020 hashtag, but prior to the Kamala Harris announcement, it was purely a slogan. At that time, neither DOS or Tangibles 2020 had a website, and of the two, Descendants of Slaves, or DOS, had much more political substance. Okay, so basically, Tariq Nasheed made it the ADOS, or the American Descendants of Slaves, and it started kind of going viral. And basically, he took it and he capitalized on it. All right. But look at this. This is Antonio. This is the guy right here that's connected to this. Look at that. 2019. They already had a lie. They already had an agenda. They already had whatever it was to try to stop this awakening. And they use these house Negroes right here, these coons, to kind of lead you astray. It's just now, like, look at this. Ann Coulter. Look at that. Look at this family. Ann Coulter, a white woman. All right. A white woman who don't really like black people at all. Okay. Don't like black people at all. But look how she has no problem calling you American descendant of slaves. Why she ain't got no problem calling you descendants of American slaves? She says, Tariq, I like ADOS, but I think it should be DOAS, descendants of American slaves, not Haitian slaves, not Moroccan slaves, etc. So you see how even these white political pundits are even pushing this ideal. Yeah. The Republicans are all in on it. And Tariq Nasheed is their little puppet. He's doing the tap dance right now. And he's being rewarded because of it. Look at that. Foundational Black Americans need tangibles, tangibles, tangibles. How's that going, Tariq? All this cooning you was doing, how's that working out? Not symbolic gestures. There are lawmakers all around the country being exposed for wearing blackface, ADOS, blah, 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 blah. All right. So basically, he kind of became the face of this. And that's why we have, you know, that's how Tangibles 2020 and ADOS basically became foundational Black Americans. All right. That's essentially what it is. Yeah. Look at this dude. Woo. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of stuff right here. I'm not going to go through all of it, but it just kind of gives you a little bit of a timeline. Here's more proof that he owns this term, foundational Black Americans. It's trademarked. He's making money from it. You feel me? All right. Okay, we'll move on, y'all. I just wanted to kind of take you through some stuff real quick. All right, moving on. Okay, so the next thing I want to show you guys is this video of him basically saying Project 2025 seems like a good thing. And this is what I mean when I talk about the fact that they're scared to call out Donald Trump or say anything about him negative because they're going to lose that bag. Okay, they got to keep playing the tap dance game with their massa. Now, I want you to look at this right here. Do you see it says Boogeyman Propaganda? Or I'll read the whole thing. Tariq Nasheed, the Project 2025 Boogeyman Propaganda. Now, I want you to remember that he's calling this propaganda in a way to try to scare Black people into voting Democrat. But I'm going to show you a very, very known influencer who uses the exact same talking points doing an exact type of video. And notice he is not making eye contact with the camera. Notice he is not looking at the camera. He is reading something. Okay? Bro, he's reading something. He's not even looking at you guys. Someone wrote this for him. Someone wrote this for him. Oh, no sound. My bad. Sorry, y'all. Okay, let me go back. Sorry, y'all. All right, so it looks, if you look at it, you can tell that he is reading something here. Okay? He's not speaking like I'm talking to y'all right now. Y'all know I'm talking to you because I can literally just bust in the song right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking to you. I'm not making this up. It's not written down. Sometimes I write stuff. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. I just go out the top of my head. Most of my shows, I go out the top of my head unless it's a documentary, then I write it, right? So he's reading something here. Okay, he is reading something and he's being told what to say about said Project 2025. So I'm going to rewind it for people who didn't hear it originally. Let me go back just a little bit.
Resources for us. Yeah, I ain't got no problem with that. That's more resource allocation for us. Also, number two, the job market. That's more jobs for us. If we're not being flooded with a bunch of people that they're trying to throw on top of us to undermine us.
Y'all can hear this, right?
That's going to be more job openings for us. I ain't got a problem with that.
Y'all hear it?
Also, man, third, social services and benefits. Man, you got a lot of people out here who need Section 8. There's some people who are going through some things. They might need a little Section 8 or something.
Okay.
Some homeless people out here, they might need to stay at a shelter for a month or two to get back on their feet, instead of being out on the streets indefinitely. And we can't get those social services because those social service resources are being drained with giving these damn non-citizens credit cards and debit cards. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of benefits from.
Okay. You see that? Notice how he's talking to his chat right here, right? But notice how he is not looking at the camera. He is reading something right here. And he's being told what to say.
From this Project 2025,
I'm seeing a lot of benefits from this Project 2025. You know, this was written by some white people. I'm just saying, like,
out here who need Section 8. There's some people who are going through
one more
some
time.
things.
I
They might need a little
I think
Section
it's
8 or something.
hilarious.
Some homeless people out here, they might need to stay at a shelter for a month or two to get back on their feet, instead of being out on the streets indefinitely. And we can't get those social services because those social service resources are being drained with giving these damn non-citizens credit cards and debit cards. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of benefits from this Project 2025. I don't have a problem with it so far. You haven't sold me on why this is bad yet. It sounds all good to me. Yeah. Also, political influence too.
All right. So notice he's basically kind of pushing this idea that Project 2025 is not bad. Now, do you remember how in the title of the video right here, it says the Project 2025 boogeyman propaganda? Give me a 1 in the chat if you are familiar with the channel, the African Diaspora News Channel. Give me a 1 in the chat if you are familiar with the African Diaspora News Channel. Oh, yeah, he did the same thing. Phil Scott, yeah, he's also bought and sold, because he made a very, very similar video around the same time. And look what the title says. Project 2025 is the latest fear-mongering tactic Democrats are using to scare black voters. So he also came out with a video around the same time trying to comfort people and make them think that Project 2025 was a nothing burger. As a matter of fact, somebody on his live called him out and he blocked them. Take a look. Let me show you. I noticed something was off about him because I used to watch him, because y'all know I pay attention to what's going on in El Cabilán, you know what I'm saying? But it was just weird when he just started pushing, you know what I'm saying, Trump. So, well, he wasn't really pushing Trump originally, but he was just like bashing the Democrats constantly and stuff like that. And then I'm just like, okay, wait, where's all this coming from? You're an African channel. There's things I want to hear about Africa. I don't give a crap about America. So when I started seeing him shilling so hard against Democrats and pushing Trump, I realized he was sold out. Take a listen to this. So this is him basically doing what Tariq Nasheed was doing, and basically trying to say it's a nothing burger. It's nothing, we need to worry about it. Project 2025 is a good thing for black people. Just take a listen.
We don't really have nothing collectively for them to take. What could they really do? Taraji, that Project 2025, y'all. Ooh, y'all got to go out there and vote. I'm so tired of these Democrats.
Oh, you see that? You see that? Anytime I hear any black person talking about these Democrats or just making it a Democrat Republican thing and not saying this is a fake, you know what I'm saying, scripted movie, every time they're keeping your mind between Democrats and Republicans and they're not telling you it's just a bunch of white people working together against the black community on both sides, if you can't see that reality, like I said, you're not to be trusted because your mind is still in the matrix. I realize that both the Republicans and Democrats are the same white devil. It is the same white devil. It is the same Babylonian crusty bird. It is the same devil. It's just a dichotomy to confuse you, which is why America's Babylon, the land of confusion. Only in America could you see a girl, you know what I'm saying, calling herself a boy, and a boy calling himself a girl, and black people saying I'm an Israelite, then I'm a Native American, then I'm an Atlantean, then I'm this, then I'm that, then I'm a freaking Mayan, then I'm ancient Kemet. The land of confusion. That's all it is, bruh. Confusion.
Trying to scare black people. I'm so tired of that, man. Like,
he was always coming for black women. I'm not surprised because his wife ain't even black.
Think about it. I gotta scare you to vote for me. I can't just bring you something we done for you. And this is what I'm also tired of. Why don't they take all this time and go talk to the Asian community? Hold on. And let me talk about this while I got this on the screen too. Where are we at?
So I'm gonna fast forward a little bit here. I had it.
Okay, so why aren't Kamala and Biden and the Democrats listen?
All right, I'm gonna fast forward this.
And some of you get in fields that's not going to pay you 6 figures when you get out. To me, if I'm not making 6 figures, what's the point of me going? I might just go to a trade school where I know I can make 6 figures.
Notice he's very, very careful.
Okay, you say you got a certification for a...
Notice he's very, very careful about what he says, what comments he says out loud. Somebody called him. As a matter of fact, if you look at his comment section, listen to what people are telling him, right? Our people are actually telling him and warning him, you need to actually read the document. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Y'all remember me, bro. I did a whole documentary and I took you through the document. We didn't read the whole thing because it was almost 1,000 pages. But shout out to everybody in the chat. Y'all remember, bro, we read through that whole thing and we talked about how it's going to affect our sisters. It's going to affect black people. They're going to, you know what I'm saying, start coming for our history. There's a lot that was in that document that tells you what they were going to do. And what's interesting about this video is he didn't even actually read the document. He went through some Democrat website, you know what I'm saying, to try to debunk it like, oh, this is just Democrat propaganda. But let's read these comments, though, because they was calling him out, though, for real. Even in the chat section. You don't need to be scared, folks. You need to be informed, aware, and equipped and resist. Ignorance is not pro-black. Exactly. Read and research for yourself. Exactly, sis. Please read Project 2025 for yourself. Exactly. And that was the same thing I was telling people. That's why I read some of it and I linked it in the description so you can go read it for yourself. I always encourage you, read for yourself, research for yourself. Everything the white man presents to you is tainted. This person says, this is not fear mongering. They are already doing it in some conservative states. Speak the facts instead of being a houseboy for the conservatives. Yes, yes, call it out. Because like I said, he's bought and paid for. They just don't realize, some of the people probably don't realize, he's probably one of them boule boys. You know what I'm saying? Are we sure? Oh, this is messed up. Are we sure Philip Scott is not Byron Donalds in a mask? You know, Byron Donalds, that dude that be just, you know what I'm saying, just constantly doing the Sambo shuffle. Yeah, I think he's right about that. Don't listen to what these people say. Read Project 2020. See, everybody in his comments said, most of the people in his comment section is warning him it's not a joke. Then somebody said, I think Phil Scott is conveniently ignoring the fact that Trump was once president and accomplished nothing in 4 years. That's a fact. Instead of draining the swamp, he expanded it. Exactly. He didn't do anything. But neither did Biden. Neither do any of these presidents. None of these presidents do anything to make your life better. They really, really don't. They give you these little, like, you know, words you don't recognize, like, you know what I'm saying, like fracking, and you know what I'm saying, just words you're not actually familiar with. Even DEI, like, a lot of people had to look into it to understand it's not really something that affects us, but because white people think it is, they support it. They don't realize it actually affects their people and it affects their women more than it affects us. They didn't realize DEI was going to affect their veteran family members. Because, like I said, Trump knows that his fans are stupid. He knows they're extremely stupid, especially these trailer trash white people. He knows they're dumb. Yeah, Byron Donalds is the one that was talking about daddy's back. Well, he didn't say it like that, but, you know, a black man over here talking about daddy's back. Sometimes, man, with our people, bro, I can't. All right. So there was another section of this video I wanted to show y'all. But I can't find it right now. So we're going to move on. I just wanted to show you that there are some people here who are clearly bought and sold and being taught to basically not condemn Project 2025 and tell our people what it really, really is. Okay. All right. Now, moving on. The next thing, I'm sorry, I have all my notes here. I want to make sure I'm moving here in a timely fashion. All right. Here. Now, is Tariq Nasheed an agent? Well, considering his affiliation to ADOS and the anti-immigration rhetoric of the Tantan Society, the Tantan Group, and the same Republican talking points, considering he never went so hard for Trump before. Matter of fact, let's pull that up real quick. Let's look at how much he changed over a set amount of time, which means something definitely went. Something definitely went. So let me show y'all some of these tweets that he did. Look what he said. And this is what I'm saying. I know he's definitely, you know, supported by those people. Look at this. Now, you cannot tell me that this ain't some coon stuff. Look at this. Wishing Trump a speedy recovery. Wait a minute. You're always talking about white supremacists, and yet you're wishing him a speedy recovery while complaining about white supremacy. Now, again, I do not believe that what we saw or what they want you to believe was an assassination attempt was real. I think it was completely a psyop, completely staged, and made no sense. Okay? And it was just stupid. If you believe that that crap was real, you know what I'm saying? I got a bridge I could sell you, because it wasn't. Now, he says, you know, a lot of people have been kind of condemning him about Trump because he did try to convince a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, to vote for this guy. And all I got to say is this. This is him right here.
To get where I got. Now, I eats in the big house kitchen. I got pine boards on the floor of my cabin. And it don't take much coughing for the master to make me have a cup of corn whiskey for my...
Yeah, this is him. This is him. This is him. This is him. You know what I'm saying? He happy where he at. You know, so he gonna keep on kissing the white man's behind.
My medicine. Now, that is fine living for a nigga, and I'll be damned if any African Guinea man is gonna make me lose all I've been working for. Now, you take my meaning?
That's Tariq Nasheed right there, y'all. Yexer just proved it without even seeing the comment. What comment? Hold up. Somebody said Philip Trump is not a Trump supporter. Neither is Tariq. So why are you misleading your audience? Okay, I remember exactly who you are. I remember exactly who you are, Drastic Media. You were doing the same Sambo shuffle the last time I called out Tariq Nasheed. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I said a lot of y'all got his balls all in y'all mouth. How much is he paying you to play the juggle game with his scrotum? How much is he paying you to do this D-writing stuff? I'm really, really curious. Like, is it really worthwhile to be playing with his balls like Mr. Bojangles? Like, what is really going on here? I mean, it's like, did I walk in a Brokeback Mountain sausage factory? Like, what is really going on here? Every single black man I see defending him are just playing the Mr. Bojangles game. God damn, cuz, this is crazy. How do I know you ain't? I mean, it's just like it's agents everywhere, cuz. It is agents everywhere. This dude got y'all brainwashed. Okay, let's look up the definition of the word cult. Let's just look this up, because I mean, I feel like I'm dealing with Mr. Bojangles right now. Like, what's going on, man? Come on, man. What is the definition of a cult? Warning signs of a cult from the Cult Education Institute. The leader is always right. Now, y'all know, if I'm wrong about something, I could come out and say it. I've been wrong about many, many things. Come and I've repented. I'd be like, you know what, I'm wrong about this, right? I ain't got no problem being wrong because I've been wrong plenty of times. 2, criticism of the leader or questioning the leader is considered persecution. Homeboy and the other dude said it was slander. Interesting. 3, anything the leader does is justified no matter how harmful it may be. So even though he's working against our people in every way by the hands of a white man, anytime a white man want to get behind a black man and get the black man to speak on behalf of the white man or do the white man's bidding, that's harmful to the black people. That's harmful to the black community. But it's justified because you're in a cult. 4, the leader is the only source of truth and everyone else is lying. See, the thing is with me, I would never lie to y'all without, you know what I'm saying, or ever like lie to you or purposefully lie. It might seem to some people like I'm lying because maybe, you know what I'm saying, they just haven't looked into it until I prove it. Then like, oh, okay, you got proof. Okay, whatever, right? I'm not the source of truth though, because the truth is a man, but I'm not that man. I'm here to point you to that truth man, and his name is Yahusha. The word is the scriptures. The truth is the scriptures. The truth is Yahuwah's the bar, which is why I tell y'all to read and study for yourself. So I'm not the source of truth. Yahusha is. But everything in that book, that Safar, them scrolls, will tell you who you need to know about the truth, because the truth is a man, okay? 5, disciples must be devoted to the leader and never question him. And that's exactly why y'all over here having a Tariq Nasheed. Let me stop. It just seems like a freaking hot dog party up in here. I mean, at least with them folk, because the way y'all just, you know what I'm saying, putting that thing in between them buns is just crap. Let me stop. Woo, I'm sorry. Okay, all right, y'all. I'm trying to be cool, bro, but it's just our people, man. Y'all know how it is. Y'all know how it is with our people, man. Sometimes you get frustrated, like, you know what I'm saying? I love my people, man, but I remember that brother, man. He was on this live stream before, and he was doing the Sambo dance. So let's look at some more this coon stuff, man, because you know it's a lot of FBA raccoons, bro. Let's just be real. Y'all are the new Uncle Ruckus. Look at this woman right here. She over here twerking, saying, "I called ICE and then caught a photo op. Stop Asian hate towards Black Americans. Call ICE reparations now, and stop Black hate. Okay, so now we have become snitches. So now we celebrate being snitches. So now we deal with the police. So now we trust the police. Bro, come on. Y'all Negroes have gotten so played. Y'all Negroes went against the hood code. Y'all be like, I'm a real nigga. I'm a hood nigga. I'm this and I'm that. Y'all niggas snitching on people. That ain't how we do it in the hood. What happened to snitches get stitches? What happened if we don't talk to the police? This some coon stuff, cuz. And if you defending this, you a coon. You are a straight up coon. You are against your people. You are not for your people. F the police, cuz. All day, cuz. I don't need no ham sandwiches. I don't need no bacon. Y'all know that. That's crazy, cuz. That is wild. This is how much y'all want to be accepted by them folk. And then y'all got the nerve to get mad at me because I go hard at them and I give them that work all day. I give these pink monkeys that work all day because guess what? I don't be doing this. Bro, this is wild. Our people have lost their freaking minds. Our people have lost their freaking minds. Let's look at another one. Tariq Nasheed. I told people now that we have a serious reparations movement happening, where the media will start pushing stories about Afro-Latinos being a part of FBA history. This is the stuff that pisses me off. Afro-Latinos are our people, sir. But you're not a Yasharal, so you don't consider yourself to be Yasharal, so you don't understand that. But see, do you see how he has kind of created this hate campaign against other Black people? Let's see how much more tap dancing he's doing for the white man while bashing his own. Yeah, this is a house nigga. Donald J. Trump as president would have worked out better for foundational Black Americans than Joe Biden in office. You see how he keeps kissing the white man's behind? Oh, yeah, he's just all on his knees, just bootlicking like there's no tomorrow. Just straight bootlicker. Just straight up bootlicking. Crazy, bro. I ain't never seen nobody bootlick like this before. I mean, I've seen it before, but it's like, sheesh, this is just another level right here, y'all. This is just another level. And like I said, if you look at his old videos where people are kind of asking him certain questions, like I remember a long time ago, somebody asked him about Project 2025 before it went down. And I couldn't find the video because I was going to present it in this too. And he was all like, oh man, it's a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger. We ain't got to worry about it. Then he got the nerve to be talking about now how they're targeting, so-called Black Americans in freaking DC. Bro, this is what you voted for. Or this is what and I'm not saying he voted because, he didn't reveal if he voted, but I mean, he sure was deriding Trump though. He definitely was pro-Trump. He can't say he wasn't because he definitely was. He was definitely pushing that line. Father, help us all. But this is y'all king, man. This is who our people look up to. This is who is supposedly the voice of the people. Nobody has a problem with what, I'm saying? Some of our people have a problem with what I'm showing about this man. They're not looking at the facts. You know what's crazy? That brother who came out, the second one who came out defending him, he was literally mad at me because I was calling out Tariq Nasheed in my other video, which was like a year ago. I have not seen him since. And as soon as I talk about his boyfriend again, here he comes to defend his husband. Y'all some faggots, bro. Y'all some straight fags. I mean, even when my people do wrong, bro, I can't defend that. I can't defend something my people is doing that's wrong. If my people is wrong and my people is working against my own people, I'm definitely going to be calling them out. And I'm not going to be defending them either. Wrong is wrong, homie. I don't care who it is. I hold my people accountable just as much as I hold the Caucasoid accountable. But the problem with some of y'all Negroes, bro, is y'all scared to hold our people accountable because you got a blind allegiance to them. You got a blind allegiance to house nigga. See, this is me, bro. This is what I be on. Just in case, because you know, some people don't understand what Yexer be on. They be like, Yexer, you know what I'm saying? I just don't really, I struggle to understand, like, you know, what you be on. Even though I've been very, very clear about the kind of time I'm on and like what it is. But like I said, I'm not looking for no brotherhood with no white man. I'm not interested in collaborating with them. I'm not interested in being friends with them. I'm not interested in doing anything that they're interested in doing. I don't want them around. I think they're garbage. I think they're trash. I think they're abominations, and they will always and forever and perpetually be my enemy. So what the hell am I looking for, you know, friendship with them? This is what I'm on right here. Just in case the world didn't know, this is what I'm on. Throw them people in the trash. Throw Esau in the freaking trash. And everything that they're behind, everything they're promoting to our people, every person who's you know, connected to them, they go in the trash right with them. All right, let's look at some more of these tweets. So we're going to move on because I still got more I got to show y'all, but I just wanted to go through some of this stuff so I can show receipts. You can see what he said out of his own mouth. Out of his own mouth, y'all. All right. Now, another term that a lot of these black people use that are connected to this is anchor baby, which is another thing that racist white people say, you know, when it comes to so-called immigrants. And I find it interesting that now black people are using these same, you know, words to describe black people that are not from America. I just find that to be so interesting. Let me pull that up. Hold on a second, y'all. Let's look at this here. Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, that anchor baby spirit of exploiting and eating from the sacrifices of our ancestors. He says on the far left, so you are another anchor baby with dual allegiances who was ungrateful towards the foundational black Americans who helped your family immigrate here, correct? Then he said on the far right, but you tweeted that while sitting here in the U.S., though, you praise yourself from the Caribbean by leaving here. The Caribbean tethers and anchor babies trying to undermine foundational black Americans. See, this is the thing. They're not about including our other brothers and sisters scattered around the world. They want to make everything about them. I'm not interested in that because these two sticks got to become one, as the scriptures say. The northern kingdom and the southern kingdom must become one, as the scriptures say. So I'm not about breaking apart black unity. I'm not about separating from my Jamaican brother. I'm not about separating myself or delineating from our people in Africa, Al-Kebulon. I'm not about none of that. Now check this out. This is hilarious. So Tariq Nasheed used Grok, right? AI. And Grok ended up turning on him and calling him out in front of all of his followers. And he ended up deleting this. But let me share with y'all what this says. He says, Grok, how does a lineage have a leader? And Grok says, a lineage doesn't inherently have a leader, but FBA is a coined term and movement. You, soldier boy, what does it say, soldier boy? But I just thought about that. You trademarked. USP2 filings confirm this, to advocate for the descendants of U.S. enslaved Africans. As its founder, you, soldier boy, lead its ideology, events, and online presence, making it more an organized group than just a neutral lineage. And then one of our homies said, Tariq is getting absolutely owned by Grok. That's crazy. I just don't understand how anybody could take this guy seriously. He's a clown. Matter of fact, he brought an actual white supremacist on his show and he got cooked in front of his whole audience. Let me see if I can find that video. This white supremacist cooked him and had him looking like a straight up fool. Let me see. It's right here. Check this out, y'all.
The white supremacists let in Africans after they had.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Now, let me get this.
So he's basically telling this white man that the white supremacists brought in the Africans to undermine black Americans. I just want you to hear it. Now, this guy, he is an actual white supremacist, like he professes to be one. And you got to know what the heck you're talking about when you're dealing with them, because this is not no dumb white supremacist. He's not. He's not stupid. Tariq is. So he can easily just, you know, kind of get him stuttering, just right? He was no match for this, but check it out. Listen to this. Look how calm this white supremacist is, this pink monkey, compared to how he's dealing with him.
Now, let me get this straight. The white supremacists let in Africans after they have carefully screened them to make sure that they will cooperate in a white supremacist system of holding down and exploiting American-born blacks. Is that correct?
No. Didn't say all that.
Okay, yeah. School me on this.
They don't hook up with us and make sure they're on their P's and Q's.
Bro, this dude is a clown. The only reason that white supremacist even gave him the time of day is to make him look like a freaking idiot that doesn't know what he's talking about. Trust me, he, you know what I'm saying, he knew exactly what he was doing. And honestly, listen, I'm not no supporter of these pink monkeys, but he definitely gave Tariq that work. And even the whole chat was clowning. His own supporters were clowning him. His own supporters were clowning him. He didn't know what to say. That's what I'm saying. It's like, how can people genuinely take him seriously? Hidden Colors, them films that he made, bro, he don't even know how to make films. He hires people to do this stuff. He has no skill. He talks about the greatness of foundational Black Americans, but what has this man actually created? He hasn't created anything. He doesn't make anything. He tried to rap. His music sucks. He used to be a pimp. That wasn't working out for him. He did documentaries. He had to hire a whole bunch of big name celebrities to help sell the movie. He got a whole team behind him to make his movies. He has no skill. He has nothing to offer. I don't understand. If he is the face of Black America, so-called foundational Black Americans, then why doesn't he actually have something he can actually make that he owns other than that? Because it's a trademark. But what has he actually built from the ground up? Nothing. Let's talk about this symbol. Let's look at this symbol real quick. This symbol of, you know what I'm saying, connected to FBA, right? They have an actual flag. Let me show y'all the flag real quick. And I'm going to show you the truth about this flag because he colonized that flag, actually. Yes, Tariq Nasheed colonized this. All right, look at this. So this right here, family, is the FBA flag, right? You see a sword, and then you see this coral or this like, you know, what do they call it? The laurel wreath. Laurel wreath is what it's called, a laurel wreath. You have the laurel wreath, and then you have the sword, right? This is the supposed, you know, flag of FBA, right? This right here. What's interesting about that? Somebody said, you need to stop, bro. I need to sleep tonight. Okay, well, listen, just catch the replay. But we got to finish this because I tried to do this like a day before and I didn't get through it. So I need to finish this. So just catch the replay. All right. Laurel wreath. Look at that. Now, this is a pagan symbol. It is connected to the beast man. All right. It is connected to the Romans. Look at that. Share. Boom. Roman swords with the laurel wreath. He stole this. You colonized a Roman symbol, bro. You colonized a Roman symbol. Why would I want to represent my oppressor? Why? Why would I use what they created? You're not original, Tariq. You are a Black colonizer. You're like a Drake type. You are a Drake type, bro. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, your woman is, Jewish, so is that there that is. You over here using the symbol of the beast man. Look at that. The laurel wreath, the beast man symbol, the wild man. This is what you trying to promote to our people, is the wild man symbol, the beast man symbol. That's crazy, cuz. This is what y'all be rocking. I see these on y'all profile pictures. I see some of y'all on TikTok selling the damn thing. Do you know it's connected to the beast man? Do you know it's connected to the Neanderthal? Do you know that? The wild man, the giants, the Nephilim. Did you know that? Bro, that's crazy, cuz. Everybody, our people trying to be the beast man. Our people are associating with the wild man. That's crazy, gang. This nigga colonized a Roman symbol, my nigga. That is crazy, cuz. And here's another symbol that has the laurel wreath. Look at that. The double-headed eagle. The same double-headed eagle that's found in Freemasonry. Family, the double-headed eagle that's found in Freemasonry. Oh, yeah, that double-headed eagle found in Freemasonry. So you just stole a symbol that is not only connected to Rome, but also connected to the occult. All you did was remove this eagle and put a dang sword there. But it's still a pagan symbol, Roman Empire. Double-headed eagle. Let's type that in. Double-headed eagle. Look at that. Pagan symbol. So all he did was really remove that and just put the sword in the middle. And we know that the eagle represents Esau. You exalt yourself as the eagle, right? So, I mean, again, what's so great about being Black American? Your leader is a fraud. He's a fraud, bro. He stole this symbol. It's a Roman symbol of all things, which is crazy. I mean, our oppressor. I'm just saying, look, all I did was type Roman sword with laurel wreath, and look what pops up. Laurel wreath sword stock, silhouette. Look at that, Roman sword with laurel wreath. Same thing. This is a symbol that's already been made and created. He couldn't create something original? Really? I mean, look at my Yexer logo, bro. I made that from scratch. He's not even smart enough to actually make his own logo? Really? Bro, he's corny. Wow. Wow. This is y'all leader, huh? Whoo, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's crazy what our people will follow, man. Oh my, my, my. All right, let's look at some more of this. Look what this black person said to another black person, which is why I said we talking about some raccoon stuff, man. We talking about some raccoon stuff. So this is a sister from Ghana that I follow, and she said, but we're supposed to believe them when they say they're not colorist. These people are colorist. They just don't like it whenever black immigrants call out the obvious. So this black man who is a FBA, calls himself freedman. He says, take your tether ass back then, shit skin. Bro, did you forget you was black? Bro, this is coon stuff. This is stuff white people say. White supremacists say. Wow. If this ain't a bunch of self-hating Negroes, I don't know what is. That is something a white supremacist would say. Our people are cooned out for Donald Trump because they're bought and paid to do this. There you go again. FBA is a lineage. Okay, if FBA, let me say what I said before. If FBA is a lineage, sir, what is your DNA haplogroup? What is the DNA haplogroup? Come on here. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to give you a chance to call in right now. What is the DNA haplogroup? Stop the BS, stop the D writing, and answer the question. If you are a lineage, What is the DNA? Here, let me say it let me say it a little bit more slower. If you are FBA, what is the DNA haplogroup? What is the DNA haplogroup? What is the DNA haplogroup if you're FBA? I'm waiting for an answer because you keep talking about a lineage, but you still can't tell me what the haplogroup is. I know mine. What's yours? I'm waiting for an answer. You still ain't told us. You were telling a lot of lies to your people and you got upset at me calling you out and resorted to name calling. Brother, I am not mad at all. I think all of y'all are clowns. I think all you FBA dudes are coons and clowns. I really, really do. I think you are a sad example of the ignorance of the uneducated Negro. I think it's sad that after 400 years of what our people have went through, we still let the white man manipulate us. Because I'm still waiting for an answer. What is your haplogroup? Look at that. No answer. Do you see how all these FBA Negroes, they can sit there and troll like little punks? Just like little punks and sit there and kiss the leader's ass. Following the leader, 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 following the leader and cooning all day. Following the leader, 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 following the leader and cooning all day. Yeah. If you didn't mute him, just mute him, dude. He don't even come to my videos. He only comes on my videos to, you know what I'm saying, do the shuck and jive for his loser, you know what I'm saying, foolish homeboy. And notice he had nothing to say about this black man attacking a black woman. Take your tether ass back then, SHIT skin. Yeah. This is how our people have really, really, really honestly, you know what I'm saying, lost themselves. And this is why I'm against FBA, because I'm against black people bashing other black people. This is not what we should be doing after all these experiences we done had with these white folks. Let's look at another one. Who can call you monkey when your ass live in Jamaica in a third world country? F off your SHIT, you dirty, dark monkey. Again, this is a black man saying this to another black person because they're not from America. They become the new white man. They become the new Sambos. She said, and for your information, black is not a haplogroup. Exactly. But he's too stupid to know that. It's crazy. You know what's crazy to me, family? Our people are so brainwashed, bro. They're so brainwashed. Whenever he told them and he pushed in their minds it's a lineage, not one of these dumb Negroes thought to ask him, well, if it's a lineage, then there should be a haplogroup. It wasn't even a thought in their mind to even ask that question. They just ate it up. They just said, more. Hold on. Let me scrape my plate, man. I need more. I'm gonna use this plate that I had earlier. More. More. Hold on. Wait. It's so good. Tariq. More. I mean, you didn't even think in your logical mind to ask him, well, what about the haplogroup? You can't mention anything about a lineage without a haplogroup. I'm not defending Tariq. I just hate people lying on others. Okay, well, what have I said that's wrong? Okay, he has been shilling for Trump. Whether he voted for him or not is not a big deal. Okay, I don't care about that. But the fact that you're kissing his ass so much, that would be shilling. Okay, that would be kissing the white man's behind. I don't trust the white man. I think the white man is garbage. I think their race needs to be wiped out by Yahuwah for real. Yeah, here he is kissing a white man's behind. You don't got no problem with that, my nigga? You okay with that? You want to kiss the white man's behind too? Stop cooning, my nigga. Stop doing that. Admit that the dude don't care about our people. What has he done? What has bashing, you know what I'm saying, Democrats and, you know, getting rid of illegals, what has that done for us? Nothing. Voting for Trump ain't did nothing for us. Our people are being targeted, and you too scared to call him out because you a punk. You're weak. You soft. And you talking about I'm lying. You just mad because I got an audience that rock with me because they know that I wouldn't lead them astray because I'm all about these scriptures. I'm all about my Father's purpose. I ain't caught up in this bullcrap politics. I ain't caught up in the Matrix. I ain't caught up in Babylon. I ain't caught up in trying to get the white man to try to help me out and put me in a better situation. I see the prophecies that's coming to pass. I called out Project 2025 when Yo King said it's not a big deal. He said there's benefits that come with it. What benefits? What benefits? Your leader said that I think Project 2025 is a good thing. I don't see anything wrong with Project 2025. How has Project 2025 benefited Black people? It hasn't. So I guess you have no problem with the immigrants that came here and hate on Black Americans. I don't give a shit about immigrants. Because sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I know most of the Jamaicans and Africans and stuff like here that come here, they're just brainwashed by the media. But I don't hate them. Because I know just like we were brainwashed by the white man, so were they. But I don't care because this ain't my country and I don't plan on being here for an extended period of time. I don't give a crap about no damn immigrants. They ain't taking nothing off my plate. I make my own money. Ain't no immigrant affecting my life in any way, shape, or form. Let me ask you something. These Jamaicans ever oppressed you? These Jamaicans hid your identity? These Caribbeans, these Africans, did they ever beat your people and hang them from trees? Did these Africans ever eat your people on a plate? Are these Africans rounding up your people? Are these Africans talking about bulldozing whole Black communities and going to the slums and snatching us up? Africans doing that, Jamaicans doing that, Afro-Dominicans doing that? No. Where is your smoke for the white man? Where is it? You ain't got none because you a clown and you brainwashed. And no, like I said, I'm not mad. I think the coonery is sad. I think the coonery is sad. You ain't got nothing bad to say about him, but you got something to say about me. And look at me. I'm 3 hours in and I still got receipts. You ain't got nothing to say about it. You a clown, bro. I ain't got nothing else to say to you, bro. You just goofy. Straight up homosexual. I ain't never seen somebody guzzle somebody's. Never mind. And of course I ain't never seen that because I ain't gay. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I mean, sheesh. I could be down for my homies, but I'm definitely not going to be, you know what I'm saying, guzzling they balls. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sheesh. Sorry, I know y'all don't like me talking like that. I don't be trying to talk like that, but sheesh, man. I mean, goddamn. That's just that's a whole nother level, bruh. It's a whole nother level. Damn, I know foundational Black Americans, nigga. All right. Now, moving on. We gonna move on. Let's look at some more of this foolishness that this man has been saying. So I just wanted to show y'all the anti-Black narrative that is being pushed by Tariq Nasheed and a lot of these FBAs. Here is another a visual that they made about Africans. And even if you go to his page and you look at his YouTube channel, all you see is a bunch of anti-Black memes of like Africans with like exaggerated features. The same things you would see white people put about Black people, like something like this. So he has these smiling, laughing emojis, and then it says it's these African people, and it says, "Dumb, dumb, dumb, we here to take over your slave." Right? And then it shows an ice net rounding up Africans. Now, notice how he never talks about deporting white people, deporting Chinese people, deporting Ukrainians, deporting Jewish people. He had nothing to say about, those white South Afrikaners that came here. He had nothing to say about that. They got all this smoke for our own people that look like us talking about, I'm about to call ICE to come deport you. All this energy you got for them, bro. All this energy you got for your own people, but you ain't got no energy for the people who literally hate you and are working against you right now. And you refuse to call out the man who got you to trust them. And they used you. They used you like the dumb Negroes you are because you won't look at anything. Let's look at some more of it. Anthony Eden say, yo, bro. Hey, I know I'm being funny, but I got to go in. I love my people, but dude, we got to stop playing these games. And it's still going to be niggas who's going to still defend them and, you know what I'm saying, ride with them and all that. And it's cool if they do that, bro, but that's why 2/3 is going to be cut off. I'm just trying to make sure it's not nobody who watch me on this channel. Tariq Nasheed. So people was kind of coming at him about Trump and being such a Trump D-rider because now we in that FAFO stage, right? We in that mess around and find out stage. He says, let me read it in his voice. You never explained what Trump did to harm black people while he was in office. Why did you lie about that? Also, why in office? What has Trump done to harm black people? I wished him a speedy recovery, the same reason why Obama tweeted that he is relieved that Trump was not seriously hurt. So why do you wish he was assassinated? Why do I wish that would have been a real thing? I mean, why not? I mean, that would be the beginning of the fall of Babylon. The king of Babylon will go down first. That is how I think the scriptures lay it out, right? If the king falls, so does the kingdom. If the king falls, so does the kingdom. So yeah, I mean, if it would have been real, it would have been nice if it would have worked out, you know what I'm saying, where he's no longer here. All right, but it didn't because it was a psyop. But nonetheless, if the king falls, I am expecting the kingdom to also fall with it. Straight up. All right, y'all. Moving on. All right. I think we've covered a lot of ground here. The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to kind of show y'all some more videos that I have of other people calling him out for all this goofy stuff he's doing. And the stuff he's saying about, and actually there was a woman from Djibouti. Oh, she gave that boy that work. She gave Tariq that work. Let's go to it, bro. I enjoy how she read the heck out this boy. She gave this boy that work and he couldn't say nothing. Check this out, y'all. African woman from Djibouti. Boy, Tariq that work.
If it's love, I want everything. Touch anybody else in the black conscious community.
Like, he's already like debunked his own self. Like, I don't even know why anyone's taking him seriously. And number two, right? So we know he's a demagogue, right? We know he co-ops already existing movements and leeches onto them. And then he'll sit there and tell y'all, and y'all are asking him, how are y'all going to get reparations when he himself is not a reparations expert? Y'all, and then he's trolling y'all and telling y'all not to troll him back. So if he can dish it out, y'all can give it right back to him. Y'all do not have to baby this guy. He is no one. This is why we need to have a standard in the black community, period. When anyone comes into the black community and grifts, you get rid of that motherfucker. You shut him out and you choke him out. There's no way he should be given like any kind of mic or any way to explain or any way to rebrand so he can get more followers, because that's the only reason why he's here. He's here so he can get content for his YouTube and so he can convince his people that he's still the same person who can drag Africans. Don't give him that chance. And everyone's questioning him now. Everyone's like, man, if he's this guy who should know how to handle business, how come he can't send an email? All you got to do is hit reply. He couldn't even do that right. And not only that, if you look at the dates of the email, they're literally a month apart. If he really wanted to do this rally like he said he did, he would have followed proper protocol and get that shit done. The sad part is, right, is he kept saying how he had other people working for him. You mean all y'all motherfuckers can send an email correctly to get a rally done? And then not only that, once a brother who had good intentions to get it done gets it done, instead of having his people be like, all right, y'all, my dumb ass don't know how to spell, so I fucked up. I also don't know how to get a good email. I decided to use my MySpace email, so they didn't take me seriously, right? I also don't know how to write an email, because if you look at the format of the email, I am Tariq Nasheed is not how anyone with any common sense writes an email. But we'll let that slide, right? Because not everyone is on that level. But like he demonstrates every day, right? So
Damn.
The thing is once that happens, right, he should have told Rashad, you know, brother, you did what I couldn't. I got you. We're going to go ahead and follow your lead. No, instead, he so sees the doubt, right? He starts talking about, well, you know, family, the FBI's is why I couldn't send the email. And it's like, no, it wasn't. It was because your dumb ass didn't know how to send it correctly. And if you would have done it in a timely manner, you would have gotten permit like he demonstrated. Because what ended up happening is he posted these emails, right? And when people pointed out, like, bro, you didn't even send it to the right place, he deleted them. He deleted them. So if you look at his post now, he deleted them because he knew he fucked up. And instead of getting on mic and be, you know, someone of integrity and be like, you know what, y'all, I'm dyslexic. I fucked up. No, instead he's like, he's downing another Black American. So when he tells y'all like, oh, these Africans for us, look at his behavior. Who has been the number one obstructionist to reparations? There is no point in time, if you look at the history of reparations, which started off as a Pan-African movement, and if y'all know who Queen Mother Moore is, y'all will understand how we got here today. There is no point in time in which we tied immigration to reparations. It never happened. It wasn't until these grifters came along, sponsored by the far right, who then co-opted the movement. Why? To sow division in the Black community. Why? So that he can get people who used to be on the fence about reparations. Now you have people not even wanting reparations anymore. You got people questioning reparations. You got people fighting about reparations. You got people scheduling fights on the fucking streets in LA. Instead of scheduling time to meet up and strategize about what reparations look like. You got people downing HR 40, the only study that's up for federal. That's like y'all think for reparations, right? He's not helping that. Instead, he's doing exactly what Breitbart, Sinclair, and P-Fair pays him to do, and that's act as a grifter and a divisive person within the community. You do not baby someone like that. You treat them as dangerous as they are. You see how he can't be held accountable, not eating which way? You ask him a real question, he brings up a fly swatter. What kind of weird shit?
Yeah, Linda, I don't get, you know what I'm saying? I don't get angry like in that kind of way. It's more so that it shouldn't be this way, right? I mean, I know Yahuwah has still given Yahshua all over the spiritual blindness, as it says in Romans 11, but we should know better than this, man. I mean, I just don't think we're really walking in truth if we still believe in politics, if we still, you know what I'm saying, believe the white man's our friend, or if we still believe that, you know, this is really the best we gonna get. Like, I just think that our people are they're choosing to remain ignorant. They're choosing to put their trust in man, even though Yahuwah says not to. And I don't hate so-called Black Americans because they're my own people. But when I see you stepping, you know, doing a little bit too much to bash your own people, I'm seeing you as a coon. I'm seeing you as no different than Candace Owens. You're no different than Brandon Tatum. You're no different than Jesse Lee Peterson. You're a coon. You're an enemy of Black people. And in your pursuit to be in proximity to whiteness, that makes you an enemy of me. That makes you an enemy of my people who ain't interested in, you know what I'm saying, proximity to whiteness. We not interested in that. We just interested in taking care of our own people, keeping the laws and commandments of Yahuwah. If you don't believe you, Yasharal, and you want to, you know what I'm saying, shill and be here in America, nigga, do you. But this ain't the space for you. And I'm only doing this and making this video to wake my people up who are brainwashed like you, who maybe can see that something's off about this guy. You ain't the type of person who's real enough with yourself to be honest about him, which makes you less than a man because you can't even be honest with yourself. All you're doing is bashing me when I came and brought receipts. You still ain't even told me what the damn haplogroup is. You don't even know what your haplogroup is. I don't know what a haplogroup is. I'm not a biologist. Then shut the hell up about this lineage shit. Shut the hell up about it. Stop going around mouthing these talking points if you don't know what the hell you talking about. It makes you look stupid. These white folks already think we dumb. They already think we can't read. They already think that we freaking monkeys and all this dumb stuff. And then you go around spouting something and you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And then when a Black man who's your own brother comes and challenges you, you get mad and throw a temper tantrum and say, I don't know what it is. I'm not a biologist. Then shut up with that lineage shit then, nigga. Tariq is not a biologist either. So why you believe in anything he says? Stupid. And I'm sorry, that is stupid for you to do. I'm not calling you a stupid person. You seem like an intelligent brother, but what you did is stupid. What you talking about is stupid. What is coming out of your mouth is stupid. All this cooning, tap dancing, samples, shuffling, you know what I'm saying? Kunte stuff you doing is stupid. The more you open your mouth, the more stupid you look. Why don't you just shut up for a minute? That might be the smartest thing you can do. Stop embarrassing yourself. But this is foundational Black Americans, y'all. Family, this is foundational Black Americans. I come from a lineage and I know nothing about haplogroups. I don't even know what a haplogroup is, but I come from a special lineage and you better treat me this way because I have this special made up lineage that doesn't exist and I don't know the haplogroup. But you better believe in this lineage though. You better believe in it because this is where we come from. This is who our people are. We were already here in America. This is our special lineage from our leader, foundational Black American Tariq Nasheed. He doesn't even know what a biologist is. He's not a biologist. He doesn't even know what a lineage is. He doesn't have a haplogroup, but damn it, you should trust him. The blind leading the blind. Yeah, indeed, sister. Indeed, that is exactly what's happening. And it's sad, man. But I'm going to keep this comment up a little bit more because I know there might be more FBAs joining in. Maybe they could learn from this.
It is that. And then when y'all clown him back, what does he do? He cries and he flees. Let him flee because he can't handle his shit. The reason why he targets certain people, he latches on to the red pill movement, right? He finds lonely people who are looking for an identity and he tells them, I'll give you an identity. I'll help you. And he creates a cult. And that cult's not allowed to question him.
Listen to me. Let the sister cook, okay? This is a trial. Can I read the
fast forward? Okay. All right, we'll stop there. But she was basically reading him. She was giving him that work, and he didn't have no response. He didn't have no clackbacks. He was stuttering. Now, y'all know how I talked about Black people constantly wanting to attach to every damn thing. Now you got Negroes out here talking about we was the Mayans. This is what I'm talking about. We need to stop this stuff we doing, y'all.
You are the children of the Mayas, the Olmec, the Incas.
Pagans. You see how he's leading y'all towards paganism. So first y'all was the indigenous Americans. Now you are the Mayans and the Olmecs. Bro, this is getting ridiculous. What the hell is going on with our people, bro? Babylon working that confusion on us. We want to be everything but Yasharal. This is just sad, y'all. This is just sad.
You are the ancient civilization.
I mean, look, our people are on social media trying to wake our people up every way we can. But every time we try to put some truth out there about us being Yasharal, you got another Negro who's misguided, pushing that we're something else. Whether FBA knows it or not, they're actually harming the awakening more than anything else. Just as much as some of our people in these camps are messing up the awakening, tainting the awakening, adding confusion, it's the same thing with this. And like I said, if you go on TikTok right now, they even got videos of Negroes talking about we the damn Atlanteans, we the dang fallen angels, we the Anunnaki, all this goofy stuff. This is wild, y'all. This is just wild. But it's definitely taking place on Black people for a reason.
That ruled the Americas. Welcome to the cookout. I have been absolutely fascinated with this archaeological site in Mexico as of late. The Arqueológica de Bonampak, ladies and gentlemen, aka the Temple of the Mayans. Watch this. You see, when you dive into these temples.
Okay, I don't see no beards. I don't see no beards. And if I'm being honest with you, these look more like an African people, if I'm being real with you. And we're going to talk about the people who was already here because they are really just North Africans. All right. They are people from the Moorish community. Just like you had the Moorish people in Europe civilizing the Europeans, them pale, you know what I'm saying, pink monkeys. You also have North American or North African Moors who are also here too. So while you're trying to disassociate from being African, you are also claiming the heritage of a people who are North African, still African.
And you look at the paintings on the walls, ladies and gentlemen, you clearly see.
And I noticed, why is it every time they talk about this, they show these like, you know, colored pictures that anybody could draw, anybody could paint. They never mention authors. They never show receipts. You know what I'm saying? It's for anybody to believe that just is TikTok educated. It's for people who are TikTok educated.
Who the ancient Mayans were. Even more proof, Maya mural at Bonham Park, ladies and gentlemen. Melanated people. I mean, it's so simple.
So just because they're black, they're Negroes. This is the dumb stuff that I'm talking about, y'all. This is the goofy stuff that I'm talking about. Just because they're black, they're Negroes. They are specifically the people you are here in America. So they can't be, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. FBA in general just doesn't make sense to me. How are we indigenous to this whole earth, but not indigenous to Africa? And we're indigenous to this earth, or black people in general are indigenous to this earth, but those black people are not another black people. They got to be us. Y'all acting like there's one type of black people on this earth. That is foolishness. There are more than one type of black people. You know what? Let me show y'all this. Black people need to know the truth, bro, because you are being miseducated. You really are. Let me show you something. This is a bit of a side note, but I need the black people to wake up, dude. For real. Wake the hell up. You have people in India who are indigenous to India who look like Negroes, but they are not Negroes. If everybody on this earth was black, then not every black person is of us. These Negroes will literally say we're indigenous to every single place on earth, but then say I'm not African, but then say I'm not Jamaican, but then say them Haitian people ain't our people, but then say the African people ain't our people, but then say the Afro-Latinas are not our people. There's so many contradictory statements from what this FBA movement produces. I don't understand how anybody could take this seriously. I really don't understand how anybody can take FBA seriously when there's so many contradictions to your doctrine. And yeah, you might sit here and say that, you know, my chat is a cult, but my people think for themselves, because guess what? Unlike your leader, I actually bring receipts. Unlike your leader, I actually bring receipts. You don't. He doesn't. He doesn't bring receipts. He doesn't research. He doesn't make films. He gets other people to do it because Tariq Nasheed has no talent. He has no skill. He's just a very good manipulator. He is a very good manipulator. And I won't even say very good, because anybody with IQ above room temperature, anybody that has a functioning brain wouldn't believe jack that he's saying, especially when you look at his past and you see that he was a damn bootleg pimp. That he was making cringy ass rap music. I mean, I got songs that's on charts. He ain't got no songs that's on charts. He ain't got no talent, bro. None. He don't make anything. He don't create anything. How is he a leader? He don't know anything about black history. He over here talking about the Gullah Geechee people are not Africans. What? Matter of fact, let's knock that out real quick. So people think that we're indigenous to America, North America, right? People think that, right? That's easy to disprove. That's easy to disprove. Let's just do that real quick because that'll be an easy one. The Olmec heads, you mentioned the Olmec people, the African presence in America before Columbus. There were Moors in America before Columbus, but guess what? They're Africans. So all this goofy stuff about we ain't from Africa, but you're claiming the identity of an Africoid people. Here's more proof. Because, I mean, y'all just, you know what I'm saying? Y'all just got it all jacked up, man. Y'all really got it all jacked up. And I like I said, I could tell y'all just don't do any research. Y'all just listen to what he says and then y'all repeat those same talking points. Let's pull up some more stuff here, man. I'm about to show y'all some stuff real quick. So this is definitely an Africoid or African type of person here being displayed on these Olmec stones. Let's look at another one. Look at that. Ancient Moors in America. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock because we were already here. Ancient Moors in America. You do realize Moorish people are Africans. These are North Africans. And you know, when I think about like North Africans would be people who connect to the descendants of Ham. So if you think of like Put and Libya and Cush, that would be some of those North African peoples. Of course, you got Cushites in, you know, certain areas as well, right? You know, like you know, Babylon and you know, Sudan and stuff like that. But these are North Africans, bro. These are not Negroes. They look like us, true, because if you think about it, some of those North Africans are Afro-Arabs. The Afro-Arabs are the original descendants of Ishmael, who was one of Abraham's sons. So yeah, North Africans do look like us because they're Negroes. I mean, at least the Afro-Arabs are. I'm not talking about these pale Berbers that are there now. But the original Afro-Arabs would look just like us because they are also Abraham's seed. So they would have a Negroid look to them. But that doesn't make them us, though. Because if you think about it, do you see beards on these Africans? Why does that Olmec head not have any facial hair? Negroes grow beards. We genetically grow beards. Why don't they have any beards? Why are those images that this man is showing, why don't I see any Negro beards?
The more of our ancestors you see. Now, who from the Olmec, the Inca? I have been absent of the Maya.
Let me fast forward. Where are the beards, bro? Where are the beards? These are a different people than us. But y'all see black. Like, if you look at these characters in the background, do they look anything like this black man right now? Do any of them have his hairstyle? Anything like that? No. No dreads, no nothing. Y'all are really, really being fooled by pseudoscience. Y'all are really being fooled by fables and fairy tales. Black people, come on now. Yasharal, you should be better than this. Come on now. That's insane. Jose said, that's true, brother. I'm 40 and I still can't grow a beard. I mean,
ladies and gentlemen.
The reason why you don't grow a beard is because you're not Negro. I know some people in the chat was like asking you if you're, you know, you say you're Hispanic and stuff. Hispanics don't grow beards because they're not Negroes. Negroes grow full beards. I have one. My dad has one. All my brothers have one. Everybody in my family has beards that are men. Negroes grow beards. That's just what we do. It's in our genetics. We were meant to be that. And the reason why I grow the beard, and when I look at like images of our people in Assyrian captivity, and I see our people, that's our people. My beard is the exact same way. Exact same way. All black men I see, like, you know, Lorvins, the singer, you know what I'm saying? He got his little beard going on. You know, all of us Hebrews rock our beards because we men. We supposed to. Just like Native Americans don't grow beards because they not Israelites. Israelites genetically grow beards. Anybody who don't grow them are not Israelites. And I'm not saying some of them aren't, you know what I'm saying? Some of them don't, but for the most part, Negroes do. Some Negroes don't, right? But it's a less likely chance, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you got black parents, you know what I'm saying? Not to a lot of mixing in your DNA and stuff like that. You will genetically grow one. Nothing against you if you don't grow one, but we're just commanded to. We are commanded to. A light mustache like Ricky Ricardo. Yeah. It's not the same thing, but yeah. So, I mean, family, we are being totally manipulated. Not us, but just our people that believe this stuff, man. They are being taken for a whole ride. Let's look at some more information. Since we talking about these so-called indigenous Americans, let's look at some more proof, man, because like I said, our people are just getting confused because they see black people and they automatically like, man, them are people because they black, but we indigenous to this earth, so it should be black people all around the world. That don't mean they are people, though. We not all the same. How the hell you saying that you ain't the same as the Africans, but you the same as everybody else in the world? So you the same as the Aboriginals? How come y'all never mention the Aboriginal Australians? Are they also FBA? Or does it only not apply to Africans, Jamaicans, Dominicans, Afro-Dominicans, and Afro peoples? The cutoff is Africa, huh? The only place where there is no, you know what I'm saying, a bunch of people with Neanderthal DNA. That's crazy. Anyway, let's look at this next piece of information here. All right, let me remove this here. Get rid of that. Okay. All right, I'm going to pull up some more images here to show you guys of some of these other Moors. Look at that. Your Moorish life coach is first and foremost not for everyone to determine whether you wish to be interviewed. Back to our season at hand, the Native American Moor. This is what you're claiming. You don't realize it, but when you claiming that the people here were not African, you are lying to yourself. They were African Moorish people. Look at that. It says pre-Columbian. Pre-Columbian. These are clearly African people, sir. Look at the African hat, African necklace, African outfit. Black people are being deceived, homie. Left and right. Look at that. It says pre-Columbian African American. Pre-Columbian African American. These are Moors, bro. They are not our people. Even though Moors look like us, they're not our people. But like I said, the Moors were everywhere. They were in Europe. They were civilizing Europe. And you got to also think about Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa was one of the richest, you know what I'm saying, African people. And he ended up coming into the Americas and all of that. All right. Look, these are Moors. Let me show you. And like I said, some of them are Afro. Some of them are the real biblical descendants of Ishmael. Let's have a look at them together. Yeah. Look at that. They look like Negroes. I get it. I understand. Of course they do. Some of them are descendants of Abraham. Yes, they would look like us because they're related to us. All right. You can see these ones. They don't have no beards, but these are some Arabs, black people. You feel me? Look at that. Look at that hairstyle. Okay. Braids. You see some Moors with braids. So yeah, I understand why you might be fooled by this. I understand why you might think there are people, but they're not. They are different than us. They're of a different tribe. They have different culture. All right, I don't think all these people are Moors. Let me see if I can pull up another image. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me pull up another thing so we can look at some more of these Moors. That's the problem, bro. A lot of our people just don't understand peoples in Africa. If you looked a little bit more into all these different peoples in Africa, you would not be so easily like misled when you see people with black skin. Because Africans have been all over the world, bro. All over the world. Even in Europe. All right, let's see here. All right, look at this Moor. And this is more of an Egyptian looking Moor here. Let's look at some more of these Moors, y'all. Boom. You could tell he's definitely more Egyptian kind of with the hairstyle. Look at that. You got some more black Moors. Look at that. North Africans. Okay. This is where, you know, the Sahara is. And some of them would go from the, you know, some of these Arabs would basically go through the Sahara and get some of these sub-Saharan Africans and enslave them. Look at that. Black Afros, Afro Arabs. This is what they don't show you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? They look at him, bro. He looks like our people. Look at the hair. Look, I mean, bro, he got the facial. You can see it grown in. All right. He looks like our people. And this is a real Afro Arab. But look at that. Black African Moors of the great Senegal Empire. Yeah, he's one of our brothers. We're related to him because of Abraham. But this is not our people, though he looks like us. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all got to just learn these different people groups. You got to learn these different people groups. And that's what I've done. And I honestly study these people groups because I just find it so interesting. Look, another one of our brothers. Look, a North African, a black Arab, looks like one of our people. These are the more white ones. These are the descendants of colonizers. These are the fake Berbers. These are the fallen seed Berbers. And these are the original Berbers right here. Some of the Moors. Another one, black Arab. This is just what they don't want you to see. Look at that. She looked like one of our own people, okay? But she's a black Arab, an Afro Arab. These Native Americans y'all think that y'all connect to with them hairstyles, look at that. Afro, black, same hairstyle, all right? So y'all are really stealing a African type of people's identity. Just like he colonized that Roman symbol, he colonized the identity of these North Africans. That's all he's doing, while trying to make you believe you're not from Africa. I'm trying not to laugh, but that is so freaking funny, cuz that is so freaking funny. He's trying to get you to believe that you're not from Africa while claiming the identity of African people. All right, fam, we're going to continue on. I got a few more things I'm going to show y'all. We're going to close this out. This has been a long, long show. Wow, hold on. How long we been on? Almost 4 hours? Okay, we're going to try to get it done before 4 hours. Let's finish this up. All right, now, the next thing that I think is important to understand is this is the diaspora wars that are taking place right now are actually commissioned by the government. And it is called the Diasporic Division Stratagem. Let me say it again. The Diasporic Division Stratagem. It is a government document created to sow division between Black African diasporans. Okay? The government is in on this, which is why I'm saying any Black person pushing you to hate your Black brother, your Jamaican brother, your, Caribbean sister, your African brother, your African sister, they are most likely working for the ops. Take a look at this.
Black America has no diasporic allies. White supremacy engineered a global system of racial management designated to create a permanent exploitable class, i.e. Black America. Its masterstroke was the Diasporic Division Stratagem. What is the Diasporic Division Stratagem? It is a deliberate and historical strategy employed by white supremacist systems to foster prejudice, distrust, and social friction between Black America and other members of the African diaspora. This stratagem is designed to prevent global Black solidarity by promoting harmful comparative narratives and weaponizing cultural differences, thereby ensuring that no unified coalition can effectively challenge the
y'all eating that bait
hierarchy.
right up.
This was done by placating most of the African diaspora with.
Look at this thing that Tariq Nasheed posted. We can blend in with FBAs and no one will know. And look at that, making fun of African people. This is what I'm talking about. Just like she said, talked about promoting harmful narratives about African people and making us look at them. And I think in this video, the African guy turns into a dang monkey. He's definitely being paid by white money. He's a coon.
While subjugating Black America to proximate alienation, a state of embedded exclusion meant to perpetuate captivity. This strategy ultimately backfired. By being forced to build the very system that oppressed us, Black America developed an unparalleled understanding of its mechanics, making us the key to eventually dismantling the entire system. Here is how the strategy works. The core of the diasporic division stratagem, or DDS, by granting certain forms of identity, white supremacy created a false sense of power and belonging that redirected energy away from revolutionary change. For example, in Latin America,
See, I'm trying to keep our people to keep that revolutionary spirit. I'm trying to keep our people hoping in our liberation, not our complacency with those who have enslaved us. I'm not looking to coexist with the oppressor. You're out of your mind. Then what am I looking to Yahusha for? What is that deliverance? What is that liberation he spoke of? If I'm expecting liberation and I'm preaching liberation to my people through Yahusha, then I can't expect them to be complacent. I'm expecting them to look for a deliverer. I'm expecting them to look for our liberator. And that is Yahusha. It ain't no other man. And all y'all who idolize him, who claim to be in the truth, I mean, what did Deuteronomy 28:68 say? That no man is going to save us. No man. So what the hell are you looking to man for then? Y'all must not fully believe in that Bible, huh? That's got to be what it is. Just saying. Don't make no sense.
they were granted a place in a racial caste system while still being oppressed, but this offered a defined hierarchical identity that fostered a sense of structure and belonging within a colonial system. In the Caribbean and in Africa, they were granted nation-state identities, flags, and independence. This created post-colonial nationalist identities, which created a powerful source of pride and a perceived win that focused on building the nation within the colonialized identities and borders rather than challenging the global system that created them altogether.
Yes. You see, this is what I'm talking about. You have to look at the bigger picture. I keep exposing white people because if I don't do it, our people will go right back to blaming each other. If I don't expose this system and white people in general, I have to keep on constantly post videos. On Facebook, I'm constantly exposing white women kissing on dogs, kissing them all in the mouth, running around on all fours. I'm posting white statistics to show you why they doing all these things, why they raging out. I have to keep reminding my people who their enemy is, but it is not other black people. I mean, it might be the coons who are in proximity to whiteness, like Tariq Nasheed leading you down. You know, he's just a Judas goat. He leading you to slaughter, essentially, because when it all goes down and this new world order is really fully implemented, it's going to be too late at that point. You feel what I'm saying? So I have to constantly remind my people who the enemy is, but it is not our other people, other black people, even people who are not our people, who are Adamic, they melanated, but they not our people, but still, they're not the enemy either. Every black person or melanated person or Adamic person is looking for deliverance from the white man. Every single one of them is. And so collectively, if we all have the main enemy, it's important for me to put emphasis on who that enemy is, because time and history and research has chosen and proven to us, yes, there have been other nations who worked against us as well, but there is one common enemy, and that is the so-called white man. But our people have lost the plot. Our people have lost the plot. Yeah, I mean, when you think about beard shavings, that was something that was a form of dishonor. It was a moment of grievance, right? Like if you shave somebody, like, yeah, like there was one time where he got punished. He shaved them and they were ashamed. They were ashamed when their beard got shaved. You know what I'm saying? It was almost like, man, like, why you do me like that, man? Like, what you gonna shave me for, man? It was so dishonorable for a man in our nation to shave his beard or have it shaved. Everybody looked down on you if you had a shaved beard. You was basically a heathen at that point. And this is just the way of our people where we, you know what I'm saying, we had our beard going. And when you got it shaved off, it was dishonorable. You were looked at as less than a man. In my world, I look at it like that. If you ain't got no beard, you either a man, you either a woman or a boy. I mean, I know that's not actually scripture, but that's how I see it if you an Israelite. If you ain't got no beard and you a man, you are either a woman or you are a boy. Men have beards. Israelite Yahudi men have a freaking beard. Period. You just need to learn how to take care of that thing. You know what I'm saying? Keep it clean, keep it nice, you know what I'm saying? Shape it up. But I shouldn't have to tell you that as a man. That should be something you naturally do if you're reading them laws, but you know. Anyhow. All right, let's continue. Okay, so they definitely have an agenda to divide the diaspora here. Let me go back.
Learning to adapt and repurpose the information for liberation. This produced a culture of profound innovation. Jazz, hip-hop, AAVE, and a tradition of radical critical thinking from Du Bois.
I told my mom earlier, I was talking to her on the phone. I said, Mom, I am officially a black radical. And she's like, I know you are, son. She's like, but I'm so worried about what you be saying because you know they're going to come for it. I'm like, Mom, they ain't finna do nothing to me. I mean, she like what I'm doing. She's loving what I'm doing. Like, she's so proud of me. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, my mom, you know, in them younger days, she was part of the movement. You know what I'm saying? So she see what I'm doing. She proud of me. You know what I'm saying? She see me rise up for the black people. You know what I'm saying? All praises. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to in a way, and when I say radical, I don't mean like in a political way, but when I say radical, I mean you got to really, really embrace the mindset of F this system. I'm serious. That's where you need to be at. And I hate to say it in such like a direct way like that, but that's where you need to be at. You need to be on a whole F America type thing. I mean, in order for you to really be in the will of this deliverance, this regathering, you know, to be the Nazarene Yahusha was during the time, you know, with the people that was following Yahusha during the time of the Romans, you really got to be on some rebellious Babylon stuff. You can't be, you know, straddling the fence and kind of like somewhat in, somewhat off. Nah, bro, pick a side, homie. Are you with Yahuwah or you're not? And if you're not with Yahuwah, you cannot, you know what I'm saying? If you're with Yahuwah, then you can't have any allegiance to this. Because all of this is the New World Order. And as a matter of fact, if we got time, I'll show you out of that later. All right, let me go to the next video. I'm going to show a few more videos, and we're going to stop it here. It's been a long, long show, so I don't want to make it too long, but I just want to show y'all some things. All right. All right. So let me show y'all some more videos from some of the women that were calling this out too. Y'all remember this sister? Pull this thing.
Again this morning to another panel of grown Black Americans, right? That's what you want to call yourselves now. Very happy about that African woman stepping down from the Essence Fest, right? You know, I'm glad that it took something to finally wake you guys up to want to spend your money in your own community and set up your own festivals. Even though that Essence Festival is not run by black people. It's not owned by black folks. It's owned by BlackRock and Vanguard. But you guys you haven't looked into it that deep to figure out who really owns it. You still think it's that African brother who owns it. But it's not. It got sold a while ago. But anyway, I digress. But you guys are really a trip. You guys are really a trip. I hear you also talking about telling Africans on your panel how that's why we sending y'all back. We meaning who? You talking about Trump? Now Trump is we? That's funny because I guarantee you guys didn't vote for Trump. You got people thinking that you did vote for Trump, but you didn't vote for Trump. You just jumping on the bandwagon now because he seems to be doing something that's xenophobic, which you guys clearly are xenophobic.
I disagree. I do believe a lot of these people voted for Trump. I fully believe they did. I fully believe they actually thought he was going to do something for them. I mean, all you got to do is go back and look at the Project 2025 video from Tariq. I think Project 2025 is a very good thing. Go back and look at them videos. Go look at the chat replay. Look how many people was all like Trump 2024. Now they changing their tune because they realizing they got played. But I remember, bro, like I said, just go back to them old lives during the campaign. Go look at how many pro-black people, you know what I'm saying, was talking about Trump 2024. Look how many of these rappers was out here talking about Make America Great Again. Y'all remember how they was pandering to us with these rappers? When I saw Trump bringing all these rappers out on stage, I was like, yup, this is a psyop. This is a total psyop. They want you to vote for Trump. They want you to vote for Trump. They absolutely are steering black people towards him. And now these rappers who came out and was speaking so vocally about it, they ain't got nothing to say. They made their money. They led you astray. They had you asking for a dictatorship, and that's what you got. What you complaining for? You voted for it. You voted for it. I don't care if you a poor white folk. I don't care if you rich black folk, poor black folk, whatever it is. You did vote for this new world order system of AI surveillance. If your family is on Medicare or anything like that, let's say you got a mother and she's on Medicare, you know what I'm saying? They're going to cut that. They're going to ration it. And the people that they're going to cut first are black people. As a matter of fact, right now, they are literally turning down people's applications if your name don't sound white. I kid you not. They're doing this. 300,000 black women lost their jobs. Y'all thought it was a joke. Both Phil Scott and Tariq were both told by this white man or this white group, because he dead. John Tanton not here no more, but the people that are paying them that are attached to him, they were both told to go onto their platform. That's what I'm saying. They're weak. I mean, you got these white people bossing you around, telling you what to say, telling you what to do. Yeah, that's a weak man. That's a slave. But anywho, they were both paid and told to go onto their platforms and tell you that Project 2025 is not nothing you got to worry about. Yet, a lot of it has already been happening left and right, including the National Guard, including Washington, D.C. and what he's doing. And guess what? He's on his way to Chicago next. All the places where our people at. And Tariq Nasheed talking about why they messing with these foundational black Americans in D.C. because you asked for it, dumbass. And y'all dumb Negroes followed him. Everything that you had to experience, you asked for it. And I'd venture to say, Yahuwah gonna let it happen to you. I think, I'm going to be honest. If I'm being honest, I think some of y'all who voted, you rejected Yahuwah. So you are going to probably have to be in a situation where you're going to realize it was a huge mistake. And it's probably going to affect you directly. It's probably going to affect your livelihood directly because you rejected Yahuwah, which is why if you did repent, if you did vote, you need to repent. But I think Yahuwah's going to leave you to your own devices, just like when y'all was all like, our people chose to worship the other gods, and he was all like, okay, fine, you want them? Let them bail you out then. Go call on the gods that you have procured for yourself. Let them help you. Go cry out to them. So I think Yahuwah is on some stuff right now with some of y'all who rejected him. And he's just like, you know what? Hey, let him help you out. I'm only trying to help my people. My people who are seeking me, my people who are seeking that deliverance, they know what time it is. They're looking for the signs. They're looking for that deliverance. But y'all Negroes too distracted by some reparations you ain't never getting. And that's exactly how they're keeping your mind here. Reparations. Now, here's the funny part. Here's the funny part. The minute that they would come out and say that they're going to give reparations to African descendants of slaves in America, all of a sudden, FBA would cease to be a thing. It wouldn't even exist no more. Nobody would be calling themselves FBA no more. If the American government came out and said, we are giving out reparations to African descendants of slaves in America, y'all Negroes would no longer be FBA. You're only FBA because you think it's going to get you paid. You think it's going to do something to you. And you ain't got no problem tap dancing to try to get some money from these white folks. That crap is disgusting, man. I'm expecting to get reparations from Yahuwah, because he said when we leave, let's look at that scripture real quick. FBA seem to skip over this one all the time. The ones who claim to be Israelites. I don't know how the heck you could be FBA and be an Israelite. That just totally go against the scriptures, but okay. Go off. Let's look at that real quick. Barashif, Genesis 15. Let's look at that. Genesis 15. And it was said to Abraham, Genesis 15, 13 through 14, and it was said to Abraham, know surely that your seed shall be a sojourner in a land that is not their own, and they shall enslave them and afflict them and humble them 400 years. And the nation whomsoever they shall serve, I will judge. And after this, they shall come forth with much property. They shall come forth with much property. He said that he will judge this nation, and they will come forth from that nation with much property. So that means you should be looking for deliverance, not assimilation. You should be looking for deliverance, not assimilation. Let's go to Isaiah 14. Isaiah 14, or actually Isaiah 11, my bad. Isaiah 11, and we're going to read 11 through 12. And it shall be in that day that Yahuwah shall again show his hand to be zealous for the remnant that is left of the people, which shall be left of the Assyrians, and that from Egypt, Africa, and from Babylon, Africa, and from Ethiopia, Africa, and from the Elamites, that's India, and from the rising of Hashemash and out of Arabia. Okay, so the Arabian Peninsula, which is close to what? Africa. So you have 4 African locations: Assyria, Egypt, Babylon, and Ethiopia. 4 African locations. And y'all say our people are not in Africa. All of our people are only in America. Huh. Okay. Verse 12. And he shall set up a standard for the nations, and he shall gather the lost ones. It says he shall gather the lost ones of Yasharal, and he shall gather the dispersed of Judah from the 4 corners of the earth. So it doesn't say just one place. It says we are scattered to the 4 corners of the earth. So if you are pushing our people, we're only here in America, that does not fit the prophecies. So I need everyone who claims to be Yasharal while claiming to be FBA to understand none of that fits scripture. It doesn't fit scripture at all. As a matter of fact, it makes out the scriptures to be a lie if you're saying you're Israel, but then saying you're a dang Native American. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28 about this whole slavery thing, because that's another thing y'all skip past and ignore and realize this doesn't make sense with what you're talking about. And Yahuwah shall bring you to Egypt in ships, by the way of which I said, you shall not see it again. And you shall be sold there to your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and none shall buy you. So you were sold there to your enemies. You were sold there to your enemies. for male and female slaves. So if you were sold there and you were brought to Egypt or a house of bondage, which is what this means, in ships, but y'all saying there were no slave ships. Y'all saying that there were no slave ships. Do y'all see that the white man has brainwashed you? And I told you they already had a lie ready by the time 2019 got here. They have been planting those seeds of the lie in 2016, 3 years before the awakening. And like I said, I know some of our people were up before that, but you know what I'm saying, woke up to Yahuwah before that. But I'm just saying, they already had the lie ready for you. They already had it together. And then it's just so interesting in 2019, which is when this whole thing went down with this awakening, they already had Tariq Nasheed in place to sow a lie to our people and they would eat it right up. It worked perfectly. The devil is very, very crafty. He is very, 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 very crafty. And unfortunately, our people have allowed themselves to fall into a snare. And it's actually sad. Now, I'm going to show you guys one more thing before I get off of here, man, because we're almost at 4 hours. So I think I have time for one more thing, and we're going to call it a night. I know I've been on here quite some time. I'm going to show y'all one more thing, and then we'll close it out. And like I said, the documentary I'm going to do is going to be a little bit more in depth about this, but I feel like we covered a lot of ground. So all praises to the highest. All right, let me see. I'm going to pull up this next thing. Hold on a second, y'all. Okay. All right, so next thing I want to show you guys is this video where these black women were trying to kind of talk to Tariq Nasheed about the way he's coming at people and the way he's talking to people, and he wouldn't even receive it. He wasn't even man enough to try to at least hear what they were saying. All he wanted to do was call people tethers. And I mean, he's just really childish. He really honestly is. He doesn't carry himself like a man at all to me. He's just like a little child. Can y'all hear it? Hold on, I don't think there's sound. I don't think y'all can hear that. Hold on. No sound? Okay. Gotcha. There we go. All right, here we go, fam. This will be the last video, and I'm going to jump off of this thing, y'all, okay?
You keep alienating immigrants and saying, okay, if you are African, and Nigerians, let's be honest, we're getting the brunt because we're so populous, so to speak. There's probably more of us.
You're calling up the most, and you guys are calling.
No, it's because there are lots of us. So it's just normal statistics, isn't it? More of us will call in because there are probably more Nigerians in America. But that's by the way. What I'm trying to say is that, are we trying to build allies here or enemies? Because right now, all it sounds like is that you're not looking for allies. You are looking for there to be division. You don't want to associate or in any way be attached to Africa. And guess what? That's okay. If that is your lived experience and you realize.
Exactly. And see, these sisters are telling him the truth. He doesn't want unity with black people. He wants to make everything about so-called black Americans, which is not how Yasharal is supposed to be moving. That's not how he's supposed to be moving. Because like I said, 2 sticks shall become one. 2 sticks shall become one. Our people were asking Yahusha, is he going to restore the 2 sticks? Is he going to restore the kingdom of Yasharal? And he said, it is not for you to know. The dry bones are awakening all around the world because Yahuwah is going to bring the 2 sticks together. And here this man is that is not for that. Terrible.
that you have no attachment to Africa. That is fine. But you can't then almost want to set your own personal mandate that Africans then shouldn't come into America. You need to speak to the people that are making the policies, making the regulations, if that is your issue. You can't burden immigrants with solving your community problems.
What connection you talking about do I have to Africa? I'm a foundational Black American, ma'am. So what are you talking about? I don't have a connection to Africa.
No, I've just said
what are you talking about?
No.
I've never lived in Africa.
That's my
I've never
point.
lived in Africa.
That's exactly my point. That's what I've just said. I've just said I understand if you feel like you don't have a attachment or a connection to Africa.
Whoa. He said he has no connection to Africa. He's a foundational Black American. Wait a minute. Is that actually true? Because if it is, what's this? What is this, bro? You got on an African garment. That is an African outfit, sir. And you're a foundational Black American. Okay, why are you wearing African garments? This dude is a hypocrite, y'all. It's like so many lies that he says, and it's so easy to debunk it if you just know what he said and what videos he made. He is a walking contradiction in so many ways. He's nothing but a grifter. He jumps from one thing to the next, and y'all just sit there and y'all follow and believe it. My gosh. Actually, I think his mother is Haitian. I could be wrong about that, but I know she's definitely an immigrant. And here he is talking about somebody being foundational Black American. Crazy stuff, bro. Crazy work. All right, let's go back to that sister. That's just, how could our people be so gullible, man? I just don't understand.
Because probably for the past few generations, your family haven't been in Africa. So I understand that.
Generations, they've never been over there.
Okay,
in the
we're
last,
agreeing.
Like,
So here's my point. You keep looking for a problem.
No,
I'm
ma'am,
agreeing.
Stop, ma'am. Come on now. Come on. Y'all not going to call up and babble. You just say something and then start babbling. All right? We're not going to do that. I'm going to answer what you're saying, and then you answer back. That's how this goes. You say something crazy and then start babbling over it because you know you're saying crazy stuff. I'm a foundational Black American. You're talking about we don't want a connection with Africa. Nobody in my family has lived in Africa. We're foundational Black Americans. We're culturally a different group. That's fine. Nobody's hating on you. And nobody's giving the brunt of anything to you. And nobody's taking anything out on immigrants. We're just talking about how does it benefit us. Now, let's unmute her. I want her to finish. If she's here. Are you here, ma'am?
Yeah, she left. She ran up out of there.
Okay, yeah, that's not what y'all gonna do. Y'all throw these straw man arguments out and then run when your straw man argument gets called out, and then complain that you get muted or booted out of here because we're not gonna let you sit here and lie and scheme. That type of thing ain't gonna work over here. The whole lying and scheming thing, that's a big problem. Let's get some more people in here. We're going to have real conversation today.
Kalechi, right? All right, thank you. I just wanted to jump into this because I just wanted to check, Tarek, do you understand about imperialism and colonialism and what exactly happened?
Yes, I do, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay, so that's the basis that I wanted to kind of start conversing with you on, because you're asking people who are coming up on stage, like, why have they not done these things in their countries? But understanding the exceptionalization of Americanism, and as a Black American, right, the exceptionalization, although you are still ostracized within your community, which we rightly understand and we think is abhorrent, because of that suffix of American, it still allows you to have certain accesses to the imperial bloodlust, right? That keeps so many other continents and countries oppressed.
Yes.
So if you're asking these people, like, why are they not able to do these things in their countries? It's simply because America, as well as Europe, continues to drain these countries of their resources. So while we inhabit, like I live in Britain, right? So I wouldn't turn around and say to people who are coming into Britain, immigrants who are coming into Britain, why are you not coming over here? Because you're coming to drain us. Because I have a holistic understanding of the fact that Britain It's a pussy clot, and Britain has been taking resources for centuries from the continent of Africa, thus making it nigh on impossible for those people who live in the global south, as it were, to make something of themselves. So naturally, they have to go where their resources have been taken to.
Okay, now you're from Nigeria, right?
Yes.
Why did you leave Nigeria?
I just explained that to you, but would you like me to go through it again?
Okay. You said there were no resources.
No, not that there were no resources. The resources are being drained, and
all right, I'm gonna fast forward, y'all. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
White supremacy doesn't just reside only in Africa.
Your home.
It's a global phenomenon.
I'm talking about your home, ma'am. You understand and acknowledge that the problem is white supremacy because they have plenty of resources in Africa and the native people do not. What do you think goes on over here in America? We're dealing with the same white supremacists who try to hoard and deprive us of resources over here too. You know what the difference is? We don't flee. We stay here and fight the battle.
So you are benefiting, even being in the belly of the beast, you are still benefiting from that which they are doing unto others. Right?
You're
so
in
you
Britain.
You keep saying ma'am, and I respect that you're trying to be respectful, but at the same time,
you're in Britain.
Use your listening ears. Use your listening ears, fam. I'm out.
You're in Britain. What are you talking about? I'm in the belly of the beast. You're in Britain. The people who directly brought it to you. So what are you talking about? See, these contradictory little talking points that you're throwing out, ma'am. Then she got off the phone. I didn't take her off here because she saw where I was going with it. You're talking like we're not dealing with the white supremacists over here. We're still dealing.
Bro, you were promoting them, you freaking idiot. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm done, y'all. This dude is an agent. All right, it's clear. He only serves to advance his agenda, okay, which is to fill his pockets. He will grift by any means necessary. Let me say that again. He will grift by any means necessary. He has no problem lying on his people, lying to his people, hiding what type of agenda he's behind, sending his little brainwashed, you know what I'm saying, little pets. You know what I'm saying? His little chia pets, sending his little Negro Pokemon at me. You know what I'm saying? You got to catch them all. You feel me? He ain't got no problem doing that. Look at this. Another reason why I believe he's an agent, look at his net worth. What is Tariq Nasheed's net worth? Author, internet radio host, social commentary, born on July 1st, 1974 in Detroit, Michigan, United States. Tariq Nasheed's net worth is estimated at $3.5 million. Nasheed's annual average income is $250,000, which means he earns around $21,000 a month. Yeah, man. Tariq Elite, King Flex, K Flex. Those are his other little names and stuff like that. Yep, he definitely sold out to them folk. What a shame. What a disgrace. How sad. How, you know what I'm saying, really sad for our people. We, you know what I'm saying, we just attached to these individuals. But it's definitely a psyop, man. I don't really know what else to say in regards to it. I think I've touched on everything. So let me do one more poll before we jump off, all right? One more poll before we go. And that is going to be, do you believe this is a psyop? Do you believe? Actually, you know what? Let me say this. Do you want to see the destruction of America? That's what I want to know. And I'm going to say this, y'all. What I mean, me even saying that is actually illegal now. Like me saying anything bad about America is actually illegal now because they just like made a law where like you can't talk bad about America and you say anything that's against patriotism, that's considered illegal. But I mean, in my world, I feel like I've broken so many rules when it comes to this country. I just don't even care. You know what I'm saying? If like, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. So let me do this poll real quick. Hold on, y'all. I'll do this poll and we will find out the truth. Yeah. But yes, FBA is definitely a cult. And what they do to defend their leader is they turn around and sit there and say, oh, it's not a cult, man. It's a lineage. But you don't even know what the hell a freaking haplogroup is. What an idiot, man. Crazy, crazy stuff. All right, let me just put it like this. Do you believe America is Babylon? Let's just keep it simple, right? Do you believe America is Babylon? All right, go ahead and lock in. I'm going to give y'all 2 minutes to answer that, and then I'm going to jump off. All right, so 2-minute countdown. Let me set this up. All right, here we go, fam. Let me put some music with it. One minute. Answering the poll, y'all. I see y'all answering the chat. Answering the poll. The poll is in the chat. 53 seconds. Come on. Lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in. I know I put the poll in, didn't I? Yeah, I know I did. It's in the chat, y'all. It's the very top of the chat. You'll see it in white. 32 votes. Okay, cool. All right. All praises. 18 seconds. Lock in, lock in, lock in. Six seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see what we have here, y'all. This is my last thing. I know it's late. Y'all getting sleepy. I'm getting sleepy myself. It's been a long show, but I feel like I've covered a lot. All right. 100% said they believe that this is Babylon. All praises to the Most High. All right, y'all. Well, that's everything I have for you guys tonight. It's been a long stream, and I don't want to drag it out too long. I mean, we've done 4-hour show, so I think that's good. We will be back here on Friday for the next episode of Melanin and Transhumanism and the Quest to Become Like God. I just think Black people, whether you Adamic, whether you Negro, I just think our people, especially Yashral, we just need to be looking to Yahuwah. Not man, not even me. Look to Yahuwah, man. Look to Yahusha. That is the only thing that is going to save us, is trusting in Yahuwah, trusting in Yahusha. Ain't no man gonna do jack for you. I'm sorry. There just ain't. And I'm tired of our people looking everywhere but up. Looking to everywhere else but the Shamayim for help. Want to attach to every damn thing. Being the chosen of the Most High is not enough for our people. We want to be everything else. I'm just tired of our people throwing away this, you know what I'm saying, this truth like it's not nothing. And I know some of our people losing hope and losing, you know, Amunah in these last days. There's a lot going on, man. But I ain't never walking away from the truth, bro. This is who I am. This is who I will be. This is who Yahuwah called me to be. There is no backtracking. There is no getting so discouraged I fall away from Yahuwah. I fall away from Yahusha. I fall away from Torah. Every bit of my walk and what I've learned in this has been worth it. And everything that he has for us who remain and endure to the end will be worth it. But remember, 2/3 will be cut off. 2/3 will be cut off. And whatever you are attaching yourself to could very well play a factor in you being cut off. Love y'all with the love of Yahusha. Y'all have a great night. All praises to the highest, Yahuwah, Yahusha. Shalom.
Hey, Yaxer.
Black Messiah, Yahusha the Messiah. Hair white like wool, eyes like a flame of fire, yeah. Black Messiah, Hebrew Black Messiah. The world bowed down on the sea, the lake of fire. Black Messiah, Yahusha the Messiah. Hair white like wool, eyes like a flame of fire, yeah. Black Messiah, Hebrew Black Messiah. The world bowed down on the sea, the lake of fire. Don't you call me racist, once believed in white Jesus. Until I read the Bible, it all fell to pieces. Truth trumps tradition, insurrection of his thesis. No beauty in Yahushua, Romans gave him girly features. Messiah was a black man, I hair up, not an Afghan. You can't deny these facts unless you just a madman. Believing in a lie in these whitewashed images. The cost of his premises, guarded white privilege. Black Messiah, Yahushua the Messiah. Hair white like bull, eyes like a flame of fire, yeah. Black Messiah, Hebrew Black Messiah. The world will bow down or they'll see the lake of fire. Black Messiah, Yahushua the Messiah. Hair white like bull, eyes like a flame of fire, yeah. Black Messiah, Hebrew Black Messiah. The world will bow down or they'll see the lake of fire. Christianity is all white supremacy, a tool of control, showed the pride of our enemies. Greatest weapon was a massive deception. You can keep someone a slave if you combat their perception. We were all taught why Jesus is the image of perfection, that the curses on the Negro is a darker complexion. In this Bible that I'm reading is not the white man's book. The Messiah I believe in had no white man's look. Black Messiah, Yahushua the Messiah. Hair white like bull, eyes like a flame of fire. Black Messiah, Hebrew Black Messiah. The world will bow down or they'll see the lake of fire. Black Messiah, Yahushua the Messiah. Hair white like bull, eyes like a flame of fire. Black Messiah, Hebrew Black Messiah. The world will bow down or they'll see the lake of fire. He coming back, Yahushua coming back. The nations that oppressed us are coming to the facts. Why Jesus is a lie and they rather serve a liar. Because a black Messiah is worse too than the lake of fire.
Hey, Yaxer.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching. Don't forget you can support this channel by Cash App, $Malkaya Music. Also be sure to check out the Patreon for uncensored documentaries, films, deep dives, and much more content that you won't find here on YouTube. Check out the merch store for the latest trip. And let me not forget to say, if you haven't already, subscribe and hit that like button and tap in with us. All praises to the Most High, Yahuwah, the highest. Shalom.